Always live.
Hey everybody, this is Daryl, aka The D, from the Simply Incredible podcast, but you know that because you're already here. And we're here with another Origin Stories episode 5 with Mr. Gretzky.
Hello.
Thank you for joining me today, man. We've been talking for quite some time. So
Oh yeah.
it's a pleasure to finally have you on. Finally, a man after my heart. He's got the comics, he's got the cards, he's got games. We're like best friends, and we didn't even know
it. I
it.
got it. Yeah, you name it, I got it.
So as we always start off with, how did you get started? Well, you know what? Which collectible did you start collecting? What got you into being a collector?
Collector.
See, now you got to go back a lot of years.
Basically, with comics, if you go back to comic books, I didn't really become a collector of comics until Justice League America 69, the December of 92 issue.
Wow, you remember the exact issue. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's the part of the reason I became a DC and a collector was that Superman, Death of Superman type thing. But before that, I was just reading comics, like buying a few here and there of like mostly Marvel stuff because I was more or less into the cartoons. Right. That's how I got into comics through years of watching all the way back till I was like, heck, I was probably like 3 years old, I think, when the first Spider-Man show came out in the 80s, like 81.
Spider-Man and his amazing
terrible yeah, right before that. I think it was the one right before that.
Oh, was okay.
I think it was the one with the crappy. It's on Disney Plus, but it's like the bad Peter Parker voice.
Uh-huh.
So I don't remember who the actor was that was doing the voice. It was mostly that, and then the Amazing Friends was the one that got me into that, and then that 82 Hulk show.
Mm-hmm.
The cartoon. No, if they even own the rights to it. So I'm trying to figure that one out, if they even own the rights to it. Can't get that one, but you can get the other one. But mostly the cartoons. I was big into cartoons as a kid. More or less got into other stuff like mostly into like stuff like that. So I was getting into, parents would buy us board games, puzzles, stuff like that. Didn't really get into 88 with the Sega Master System.
Mm-hmm.
My parents bought me that because my cousin had the Nintendo, because he's him and my sister are the same age. They're 4 years behind, and they ended up having the end up with the Master System, and then like 4 years later ended up with the Genesis, and then after that I think it was PlayStation I ended up with, and then years later I ended up buying the PlayStation 2 and eventually sold it off because all I had was mostly 1 or 2 games with it, and then all the rest were like sports games. So ended up selling those games off, the system off, and all the stuff with it. And then got into like the Dreamcast years, just not even how many years ago I bought it. Like maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Played, and I've always heard great things about it.
Oh yeah, I can't find games for it. That is the one problem I have around here, is that a lot of people, I've went to gaming stores and they've said, oh yeah, we got a huge collection in, but as soon as they come in, usually goes out, and usually the 1 or 2 sport titles or titles that nobody really wants stick around for a while and they can't sell them. But usually those games go out. So I got it in Charlotte. I think it was a guy, I think there was a company in Charlotte that was selling them, had some for sale, and I bought it from them. Like $50. I think I bought the system for $50. Then I got an N64 I bought off a buddy of mine last year. in that. So I've been collecting those games, but mostly gaming has been really on and off until I met my wife. Really started getting back into buying more and more games because she had a ton of games from her old Nintendo that she had, and now she's up to like 50. The games that she really wants are the ones from her childhood, and then the other 30 or and that. But yeah, she's got about 50 something games, and then the rest of the collection's mostly mine. So the other 400 are mine. So, but really, and then to get into cards, I really didn't get into collecting cards until I think 4 or so, when I was probably like 6 years old, 84, 85, somewhere around there. I don't remember how I got into it, but it was probably just, watching the Cubs play and then buying cards. And some of the older cards I traded across from my grandparents' house. She collected cards, and we would trade some cards back and forth and that kind of thing. But we would trade back and forth. And then most of the any kind of like toys I got into was because of my neighbor across from us. He was like 3rd grade, I was in kindergarten, and he got me into like Star and whatever, stuff like that. He got me into some of that stuff, and then after that, didn't wish I would have collected. Wish my dad would have listened to himself. He's like, yeah, you buy one toy of the Star Wars toys, because he thought they might turn into something, with all the hype of the movie and everything. Nope. My mom goes, nah, just give him one. All he needs is one. He goes, yeah, now you look back, you wish you would have had the extra toy. I'm like,
yeah,
yep, then I could have probably
kind of kept mine in the packages.
Yeah, that's my fault. Was now I keep the stuff that's worth anything, because it's like all episode 1 stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of episode 1 or Power of the Force stuff, and they're just not worth anything. I still laying around here somewhere. I don't know where they're at. I put them somewhere. And that, but I mostly had a lot of like G.I. Joe back in the day. And I watch a few channels that all they do is collect toys, and it reminds me of the toys that I remember. Stuff I wish I would have got into, but I didn't get into much Transformers. I had a few Transformers. I know a bunch of people that are like, I never got into that. And then I ended up getting stuff from the neighbor guy next door. I guess when they moved, they gave us all like a bunch of their toys. And I was like, Falcon. I had the Ewok Village that I wish I would have still had. But I played with a lot of this stuff outside. Sometimes it would sit outside and get ruined. Or we'd take it over to my grandparents' house and forget about it, and it would get wrecked or lost or whatever. But then at one point I started collecting model trains. So HO scale model trains.
That's the one thing I haven't gotten into.
Yeah, it's not much of a hobby anymore, because the older the people get, the younger the generation not really into it as much as the older generation is. So you find people like, maybe in their late 30s and older, those people are there, but the younger generation, they're not really getting into it as much as they did 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And the older people, that's why they can't sell it, because when you walk around, we used to walk around flea markets or the big Midwest Train Show, they used to call it. Great American, was the Great Midwest Train Show, the Great American Train Show, something like that. And they would come every so often. They would come to one of the fairgrounds, and we were selling stuff pretty dirt cheap. Stuff you would think that would go for more money. They're like, yeah, they can't sell it. This was like starting to see it in like the late 80s, because I started getting back into it because one of my friends was big into it, and I had gotten a lot too. And then I got an HO scale set. I think a couple years later, my step grandpa bought them for me, and we used to run it around the industry was the main thing. And then my grandparents had some trains from, I guess, one of my uncles way back in the day, but they're actually made of metal.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish they were still runnable, but the company itself, American Flyer Lionel, at some point, and Lionel, I think, discontinued making S-gauge trains and went with the Lionel scale and just kept it going with their scale. But yeah, I wish I would have actually finished the layout. We had a layout to Georgia, took it with us, and then when we moved back from Georgia to my parents went back to Illinois, we decided to scrap it because we didn't really. So we were like, do we really want to move this and that? So we just scrapped it because it really wasn't finished. We had been working on it again, and I'd say I probably haven't messed with it in probably 12, 13, about now. I think was the last time I messed with it. And that, because I've been married almost 11 years. Yeah, it'd be 11. And then probably 2, maybe 3 years before that. So maybe like 14 years, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't touched it in 4. So, but my parents have it upstairs or wherever they have most of it down in the basement. But I think we put it upstairs, the layout upstairs. One of their extra bedrooms they had upstairs, and my dad wanted to try to put it back. And then with COVID and everything, I haven't been able to go back up in a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
So, except for funerals, I think, when was the last time I was up there? Last 19 was a funeral. I was up there. So probably 17 or 18 was the last time I was up there. And then they weren't able to come down last year because they usually come down here to visit us. So, to visit me and my sister. So, but yeah, just collecting all kinds of stuff. Cards, 91 would probably be seeing Gretzky play on TV.
Okay, because when you said 91, my first thought was 91 baseball cards, and they are horrible.
Oh yeah,
but the hockey, I remember that's when hockey first started getting big here in America.
Oh yeah, because if you ever, I forget but it's on Netflix. It's about the guy father threw baseball cards. His father ran one of the biggest baseball card shops in like Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess his father left him or something at some point, left his mom and him, and he tried to track him down and find out like what happened. Why did you do this? And all he did is find out that the cards he had were worthless, and I think he ended up burning them or something like that at the end. But it talked about how Beckett went through the process of getting kicked out of making baseball cards. How Upper Deck got themselves with the rookie card craze of Ken Griffey.
Yep.
If Griffey card got them kicked out.
I watched that documentary. At some point. It was really good.
Yeah. It was a really good one around and basically just talking to different people and finding out stuff. And I was like, yeah, I didn't realize that Upper Deck hadn't made cards in years for them, made by Upper Deck, or what they call Collector's Choice, I think, at one point.
Yep, that was their cheap brand.
Those things. Yeah.
Kitty.
Hey, what do you want? You want to get in your box? What do you want? You want to be on the show too? You can't be on the show. I know you're perfect. I know you're perfect, but you can't be on the show right now. Perfect.
It's amazing how cats do that.
I know he always wants to be the center of attention. Old Gizmo here.
Well, I remember watching
Yeah.
you do a hockey unboxing, and Kitty jumped right in the middle of
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, he wants to be anywhere I'm doing. I try to do, before he'd ever cared so much. My other cat, before he passed away, he didn't care nothing about what you did. You would do whatever. He would just be like, okay, whatever. I'd do
Yep.
my unboxing. I'd do comic. If you watch some of my older videos or whatever, he didn't care back then.
Mm-hmm.
I had some, I think, in 11, but I think my earliest ones that are still up there are from he didn't care back then. It was just, I would just show the books from the show and everything. Pick up and no, Ismo, stop. Let me stop it. You're not the man on the show today. You don't need to show off that you're the man. We all know you're the man. We all know you're the Giz man. We all
That's
know
all.
you're the perfect baby.
So feed him after midnight or get him
I
wet, and you'll
know.
be fine.
Yeah,
You were
he doesn't
mentioning
have
the
to worry about
trains,
that.
and when you
Yeah.
you're talking about the trains, I remember my uncle back in the early 70s. He had a bunch of Lionel trains, and we had I don't know what size, which gauges they were, but when we moved back in the mid 2000, probably about 2008 2009, we found all these in the basement, and I was like, he hasn't seen these things in 20 some years. He doesn't care about these things. So I was going to try to find
Yeah.
out values and stuff on them, and he decided he wanted them. I was like,
Oh yeah.
so
Some of that stuff's worth a lot. I saw it. It was a particular type of company. This one old guy collected for years. I forget what it was that he collected, but he ended up selling it because I guess he started out selling collecting records, and he had a huge
mhm.
record collection. And the guy, I guess, I don't know if he held the Guinness record for most collected records or something. And he was on Sunday morning on CBS. It was, forget what year it was. It was probably 12 or 13 maybe when he was on there. But the guy had a whole slew of trains, and his whole basement was just full of them. And I think he had every single thing made from a certain year back in the 50s all the way up
Mhm.
to recent. And he just decided to sell it. And I think he ended
Wow.
up selling it for almost $1 million.
Wow.
And that,
I
yeah.
remember hearing
And I
of
know,
somebody in North Carolina. They had, I mean, this has probably been about 7 or 8 years ago, but they said he had every Marvel comic ever made.
huh,
And he
dang.
started with Spider-Man, and he got caught up on Spider-Man, then decided to start doing other Marvel. And
Yeah.
he started doing that back in the 80s, maybe early 80s.
Yeah.
And so up in the early 2000s, he caught up on everything. It was just keeping the runs going. I was like, that's insane to me.
That's crazy. Yeah. Because I know I would have loved to have seen the guy who runs Heroes Con. I guess
Yeah.
he has an art collection of comic art that
Mm-hmm.
he actually went out and put out at one of the, forget where it was, but it was some museum up in Virginia that he
Mm-hmm.
ended up putting it in, some art museum up that way, and that he had held the collection up there at some point. Hey, you're gonna
I
choke
never heard
yourself.
that. I did not know that. That's awesome.
Yeah,
That is awesome.
yeah, he ended up having that. So so probably with the trains and everything, I don't got a whole lot of stuff, but most of the stuff I collected was mostly because I like the Burlington Northern, which is now part of Burlington Northern Santa Fe,
Mm-hmm.
which would have been great to buy back in 95, 97, 98. Yeah, probably around until Warren Buffett and his company bought it all.
Yeah.
They ended up owning the whole thing. But yeah, they almost combined with one of the Canadian railroads up in Canada and that.
Mm-hmm.
But I collected a few of their engines and stuff, and a few of their things, and then mostly Amoco related stuff with cars and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because my dad worked for Amoco / BP when BP bought Amoco. He was with them for 40 years, just about. He missed it by like about a month, I think. I think he
Oh,
retired a
really?
month too early to have 40 years in, yeah. But he's done everything from
God,
he's
that is a
mostly in
long
research.
time.
Oh yeah, he's done research for years there and that kind of stuff. He did mostly plastics probably for the last 20 years and that, but then
Lionel
that's
out of
about
Concord.
yeah, there we go.
Is that correct? I have no idea.
I think it is. Yeah, Lionel's was the big deal. Yeah, they were the O scale. And then HO was half of O scale.
Mm-hmm.
And then anything below that you don't really want to mess with unless you happen to want to be one of those people that needed a magnifying glass or no space. People used N scale, which is basically almost like I'd say like micro machine, those little micro machine type size trains. And then I think they had a Z scale, which is smaller than that. I'm like, who works with that? And you have the bigger scales like G scale, and I think there's one that's above that that's like most people use for like gardens or something like that.
Mm-hmm. He was asking if you have been there.
No, I haven't been there.
Mm-hmm.
I've been to Concord, just never been to that out there. And that because my neighbor 2 houses down, his dad used to work for the Chicago Northwestern, and sometimes we would get to go on the train if he was working or whatever, or even if they're off, we would get on the train and go with them. If we were going somewhere, we would get on the train and just ride it back and forth. And that, because we used to ride it into Chicago all the time. If we decided we didn't really want to drive, we'd hop the train and take the train in and do that and go to the museums and stuff like that. But you can't really do all the. We tried it one time. Me and my buddy tried to do all the museums in the same area in Chicago at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And we realized you can't do the planetarium, the Shed Aquarium, and the History Museum all at the same time because it just takes too long for a whole day to do all 3 of them. So you have to pick like 2 of them to do, and then you get to do other stuff. But if you only pick the 2, you do get to do that. And then we've been in the Hancock building before, so we went up there and saw the exhibit up there. And I've ate at the restaurant. That's I think they call it like the 95th floor or something restaurant of the Hancock. We ate there. Never been in the what they call the Willis Tower now, but was the Sears Tower back in. Everybody remembers the Sears Tower more than they do the Willis Tower.
Mm-hmm.
It never was in there. I think my cousin went up in there, but I never went up there. But they said it's like you don't really feel it, but it like sways back and forth up there.
Yep.
I'm just
I
like,
remember they said they have like up in the very top of them, they have a balance when the wind blows, like this weight would kind of go the opposite direction to kind of counter the wind.
Yeah.
I was like, that's pretty cool. Somebody smarter than me did that.
Oh yeah. That's what I always say, because it's like all kinds of stuff. It's like, I've been to Old Comiskey Park. I don't know if you've ever been there.
I've never been to I went to Memorial back when the Orioles were there back in the day. I've been to Camden, and I went to the Washington Nationals last year before last.
Yeah.
It had to be the year before last because last year was COVID, so no one could go.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because I went to Wrigley Field the last time. Yeah, the last time I was there, I went there. What did I do the last time I was there? I think they played the Reds the last time I went to see them play. And Then we saw the Reds play there. I've seen the Reds play at Nationals Park. We went there one year. This was years ago. I think Nationals still had who was playing there? That guy Austin Kearns, I think, was still playing for him.
Yeah, he used to play for the Reds back in the day.
Yeah, there was another guy that used to play for him that was there. This was like early 2000s. This was like I think when they had all those different guys with the same last name of Guzman, Carlos Guzman playing or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They had him. He was there. I think Strasburg had just become their. They had just drafted Strasburg, and I think he was out because he was injured or something like that.
Yeah, he blew his arm out the first year, second. I think it's the second year.
Yeah, they had just got him, and that's when we were there. He wasn't playing; he had just blew his arm out, and we played. We got to see him there, and then we went to actually been to County Stadium up there in Milwaukee.
Mm-hmm.
My cousin used to go to Miller Park because he went to school up there. He went to Marquette and watched him play. And he said you could just walk in. He said it didn't matter what day of the week it was. You could just walk up, buy a ticket, walk in. Nobody cared.
Yep.
Nobody cared for the Brewers back then. He said when he was going, and this was not too long ago. This was like, I think he's been out like, he's been out like 4 or 5 years now. But yeah, he said it was just easy to walk up and just get a ticket. I was like, I'm not surprised. But Cubs, seeing them play, seeing the new stadium, what it looks like.
I'm not real big on what they did to the stadium.
Nah, I really don't.
Especially the outfield, the bleachers. I don't like that they put the big monitor screens up and I'm not big on that. I loved it the way it used to be.
Oh yeah, that's the way we always remembered it, going there from the time that I was real little till the time that we moved away. And we used to go see the Cubs play when they come to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd just watch Atlanta just, whoop, there goes a home run out of Fulton County. There goes another home run out of there.
Yep. Old Fulton County Stadium, yep.
Yeah, and Turner Field.
Yep.
And Turner Field was terrible because it was basically not really a stadium. I think they tore it down. It's what my friend said. He was telling me about it. And then they tore down the old Atlanta Stadium, the Georgia Dome. They tore down the old Georgia Dome, and we went and saw the Falcons play Peyton Manning his rookie year.
Wow.
And that was the year they went to the Super Bowl. The year that the Falcons went to the Super Bowl. Yep. They were the biggest watching the game because one of my buddies, his family's from Minnesota. Some of his family lives in Minnesota, and they were rooting for the Vikings to go to the Super Bowl that year. And when the guy missed the kick for the first time in 2 years, it basically sent the Falcons to the Super Bowl. But my other buddy was a Patriots fan, so he was a big Patriots fan.
I'm a Lions fan. We have nothing.
Yeah. Well, you got rid of your quarterback. You picked up another quarterback that they may not even want.
Yeah, he's no good.
Yeah.
Well, we have great players, and they finally just realized we're never going to win, and they just quit.
Oh yeah. I remember that when Barry Sanders sent him a note telling him, "I'm retiring. See ya."
I was like, dude, one more year, you're gonna be the leading rusher of all time. And he's like,
I know, and he leaves on that. And Emmitt Smith, I saw him play his last year in the league with the Cardinals. And he played the Panthers that year, and we went and watched the game, and he ended up only rushing for 22 yards.
His number, so it worked out.
Yeah, so that was the end of it. So I was like, okay, there goes his career.
All right, what baseball stadium have you not gone to that you would want to go? Because for me, I always wanted to go to Shea Stadium, being a Mets fan, and never got to go there, and it's torn down now, so I'll never get to go.
Oh, yeah. Because I've been to both Comiskey Parks, which is now changed names to...
Yeah, I remember, was it Comerica Park now?
Yeah, it's something...
That might be Detroit Stadium.
That's Detroit.
Yeah.
He was, what was...
I remember they flew the they had a helicopter and got home plate and flew it over to the new Comiskey Stadium.
Yeah, it's
when
called
they did that.
something rate field or something.
Mhm.
Because it used to be what's the name of that stadium? US Cellular. That's what it was before. They called it US Cellular. And then they moved and that, but saw both. Didn't see the new Brave Stadium, the one they got now, which they said was terrible. For the one guy I know, he goes back and watches games there. I guess his daughter lives down there now.
Is that the one that just opened?
Yeah, that's the one they just opened. He said it's in a.
Because I know they had the Olympic Stadium, and they got rid of that, and that was only there for what 15 years or something.
Yeah, it wasn't even there. Yeah, it was there from. Yeah, it was there from the Olympics till.
They had the Olympics in '96.
Yeah, because we went to the Olympics in '96. We actually went and saw basketball, women's basketball, 2 games. I think we saw 2 games there. And then we saw handball. Me and my dad saw handball. And we went and saw some of Special Olympics through church. I went there through church. We went and saw some Special Olympics there at the stadium there because that was where they had the track and field. Was at the old was at Turner Field, but it was basically more or less a multi-use stadium is what it was meant for. So it was never really meant to be a baseball stadium. So when they turned it into a baseball stadium, it didn't work out the way they thought it would. And the Braves hated it. So when they moved out to Cobb County out that way and thought, oh, we'll just move out here. There's nothing out here. But the guy said it takes longer to get out there. And the reason they didn't like it was because when they built the train, the committee decided that the train was going to stop here. Why didn't you build it to the stadium? You know, you have a train that goes to Phillips Arena and the Georgia Dome and the World Congress Center right there. Why not move it? Why not have it go farther? You only need to go another 3 miles. They didn't want to do that. They decided that we're going to stop 3 miles from the stadium and make people have to hop a bus or walk. So,
this is ridiculous.
Yeah, so it never was conducive to get people there and out. So I never really liked it. I mean, we went there a few times. Actually been in the old Omni when the Omni was there. I actually saw Michael Jordan in his comeback year, the year he came back, the very next year.
Was it with the Bullets?
No, with the Bulls. It was the Bulls after he retired. Yeah, he went and played
when
baseball.
He came back from baseball. I got you.
Yeah, because what happened was that my buddy was telling me about it, that when they played baseball, the Barons used to play the Mudcats down here. And the Mudcats are no longer a AA affiliate. They're now I think they switched from whatever affiliate they were to now they're like a low A affiliate, I guess, in minor league. Because they sold the team is what the guy did. He bought the team, brought it here in 91 or something, then turned around and sold the team, the AA affiliate, to somebody else who moved it out of town, bought the single A affiliate in Kingston, North Carolina, and moved it to here, changed the name from the Indians to kept the same name, Mudcats, and just renamed the Indians the Mudcats. And then they got switched into another affiliate the way they're doing it now with baseball. A lot of these teams are being switched up, I think, because I know Tulsa just be AA affiliate. I think they're AA affiliate of the Dodgers for the next 10 years. And then we just joined the Brewers, which I actually saw Prince Fielder play as a minor leaguer when he was in AA down in whichever team that they had at the time the Brewers had. He was down playing for them. Because we used to be part of the
you talk about that. That's how I became a Mets fan, because they were here in Lynchburg. And I saw so many great players come through Lynchburg, and then the Mets left in '87, I think it was. And the Red Sox come in. And I was like, no.
Yeah, you get the Red Sox.
Like, no.
Yeah, probably. Oh,
Oh,
yeah, there probably wasn't that many great Red Sox at that time.
actually, a lot of good players actually came up. Phil Plantier, Aaron Seeley, Scott Cooper,
Hmm.
and I think there's a few more that came up through Lynchburg back then.
Yeah, I know that one guy. I can't remember his name right offhand. He played for the White Sox and the Red Sox. Oh,
Yeah.
can't
I remember
remember.
Carlton Fisk did.
Yeah, he used to play for the Red Sox when they won their championships. He was a guy that was their third baseman. Their third baseman for them. He used to sit down. He almost looked like he was sitting when he was trying to hit the ball.
See, Phil Plantier, I remember he was an outfielder though, but he was a lefty.
Yeah.
And if the ball was thrown down and into him, it was a home run. Otherwise, it was a strikeout.
Because Phil's played for I think he was part of that trade to San Diego
Yep.
from
Mm-hmm.
the Houston, I think,
Mm-hmm.
or Detroit, one of the two. They had so many trades. It was like Houston, Detroit, and San Diego all had these guys that were all traded around. Because I know Caminiti from Cincinnati was traded. Caminiti was traded to them to San Diego. I think from Houston before
Yep.
he passed away.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
And gosh, was it Scott Cooper? Because Scott Cooper was a third baseman, but he wasn't with the championship team. That was back in the 80s.
No,
I'm
this
trying to think,
guy.
was it Kevin Millar?
No, it wasn't Millar. It was the guy with the beard. He had a beard. He had like a big bushy goatee. I can't remember the guy's name right offhand.
Wow. Why can't I think of this guy?
I know I can't think of it either. But he was pretty good because he
Mm-hmm.
ended up making a rehab start and the pitcher had the Japanese pitcher from Boston.
Oh, was it Dice K?
Yeah, both of them were making rehab starts down here in we're playing their team was playing the Durham Bulls, the
Mm-hmm.
Tampa, and we're playing them. And I actually got to see the game after Dice K pitched. He pitched the night before, and I got to see the other guy play. Veritek? No, it wasn't Veritek. No,
Veritek was
Veritek's a
the
catcher.
catcher.
Yeah, he was the one that they got in the deal. With the pitcher, the starting pitcher, and Veritek was in the deal for Heathcliff Slocum to Seattle.
Oh, Heathcliff.
I think he was the player to be. I think they were the player to be named later. I think is what
Mm-hmm.
happened. But it was two great pitchers. It was like the starting pitcher they got in him.
What was it? Pedroia at shortstop?
Yeah, he was there. Yeah, he just was.
I like it. It's like names of players all over the field is coming to mind, but not the third baseman.
I know. I can't think of it. It's gonna drive me nuts now. I'm gonna have to look them up.
Richmond. They used to be the Richmond Braves before. I don't know who they're the minor league team of now, but I went to see the Mets there because they used to be the Tidewater Tides, which was the Mets farm. So I went to see him, and because I want to see Greg Jeffries, because he was supposed to be the next great baseball player, and which never panned out. But the pitcher for the Braves that day was John Smoltz. It was his last minor league pitching performance before he got called up.
Huh.
I was cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think my friend saw Chipper Jones. I think he was telling me his sister went and saw Chipper Jones play.
I saw him in Durham.
Yeah.
I saw Manny Ramirez when he was at Kinston. A funny story about Manny. I guess we could call this a Manny being Manny well before it was known.
Yeah.
Was we got to the stadium and it was his first year when he played for Kinston, and we had some of those draft pick cards.
Oh yeah.
Like Score and Stadium Club. And so we asked him to sign them, and he looked at these cards, and he looked over to us and, hey guys, come here. And they all come running. I was like, what's wrong? He's like, look, I got cards. I'm like, this is the first time he had seen his own cards. And I thought that was hilarious.
What was the
Manny being Manny? I remember Barry Bonds. I think he played. Did he play at Kinston? No. I know he's in the Pirates minor league, but I remember him playing in the Carolina League.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I
because
think,
they talked about him when the Mudcats first started at some point. They
mm-hmm,
brought down I think they were the Pirates affiliate or something like that. And they
mm-hmm.
brought them in. And I think Ballins was still with them at the time, or maybe early in his career when they were part of the affiliate. But one of my old bosses at Food Line I worked with, he told me that they brought him in and he actually took a ball out of the ballpark and hit the factory across the street.
Oh, gosh. I remember that in '86, the Mets come to Lynchburg for an afternoon game. Where the major league team comes down to the minor league stadium,
Yeah.
and it was sold out. It was during school. My mom let us skip school so we could go to this game, and our
Yeah.
seats were actually on the warning track. They had put some bleachers on the warning track. Remember
Man.
Daryl Strawberry come up? He had a fly ball, and he made it almost to first base and just turned and ran straight to the dugout.
Yeah.
And because when I thought about it, I was like, where I was sitting is where Daryl Strawberry played in Single A back in 1981. So there you
Yeah.
go.
Let me see here. Was he on the? I'm trying to see if he was on the team in 03. I'm trying to see if he was on the 03 team.
Who's that?
The third baseman.
Oh,
I don't see. I see their other guy. No, the guy the Cubs used to have. The guy they call Bill Miller, but it looks like Mueller. But they call him Miller because it's spelled Muller.
and it had
They
like the
go.
dots over the E, didn't it?
No, I don't even know the way it shows here. It doesn't, but
Yeah,
that was when they had Damian J. Sean Hillenbrand.
yeah, I remember him.
Nomar was still there before he went to the Cubs a few years.
That's right.
And
Yeah, I
they
said Pedroia. I meant no more. I don't because
yeah.
Pedroia came after no more.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah. Then
Yeah.
they had Kevin Millar was there in 03. Freddie Sanchez was there. Todd Walker. Johnny Damon was still there. Manny Ramirez. Trot Nixon.
Okay, that was Trot Nixon. He played in Lynchburg.
Wow.
But Damon, that's when he had that big beard, and there's a bunch of the guys that year had all those
Yeah.
big beards.
Yeah. And then there was Gabe Kaplan, which is now a coach now.
Yeah, didn't he come up with the Phillies?
He might have. He was. I know he was with the Phillies before he was fired, and then the Giants, I think, picked him up. I think he's still with the Giants, but yeah, he was on their team at that time. Yeah, David Ortiz was another guy they had, and Jeremy Giambi. But yeah, I'm still trying to figure out that guy's name. That's going to bug me. Maybe he was on the 07 team. I think he was on the 07 team.
I mean, I will tell you this. 10 minutes after we're done, we'll both come up with that guy's name.
I know. Okay, that's Pedroia and Ellsbury were both on the 2007 team.
Jacoby Ellsbury. That's a guy I thought was going to end up having a really long, great career. And
oh yeah, he did nothing with the Yankees when he went over there.
Kind of fell apart a little bit. What did the Yankees say about?
Now I know who the guy is. It's Kevin Youkilis.
Oh yes, the Uke. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, he went to the White Sox. Yeah, because they had him. Yeah, because that was when they had Mike Lowell. Kevin Youkilis played first base and shortstop or third base. He played third base mostly for the White Sox.
Do you remember what the Yankees said about Johnny Damon before he got traded to the Yankees?
No.
They said he looks like Jesus and he throws like Mary. He had no arm at all.
Yeah. Because didn't he end up getting didn't he have that collision or something with the what was it with the A's? I thought he had that collision, or maybe it was with the Red Sox, where he had that collision and he ended up getting like knocked out or something like that, had a concussion.
Mm-hmm.
He ran into the other guy or something like that out in the outfield.
Yeah.
And he didn't even know where he was.
And I think it was Was with the Red Sox.
Yeah, I think it was, and he thought he was still with the A's or something like that. Somebody said.
Wait,
I think
did he
that's
play
what he
for
said.
the A's? I remember he played for the Royals.
He played for the A's. He played for the A's first, then he went to the Red Sox because he was with those great A's teams
I thought he
in
was
the
with the
early
Royals
two.
first.
And he went to the Red Sox. He left them, went to the Yankees, and I think he ended with the Royals. I think.
Because I was
Something
thinking
like
he was
that.
with the Royals before he went to the
Yeah.
the Red Sox and then to the Yankees.
Yeah, because they had a whole bunch of people here. Yeah, a bunch of these guys. I don't even remember the 07 Boston team. If you really think about all the players they had on there, they had Kevin Cash. He's now a manager.
Mm-hmm.
They had Doug Mirabelli, was one of their catchers with Veritech. They had Royce Clayton, Alex Cora, who's now back as their coach again.
Didn't he get let go?
Which one? Oh,
Um,
Cora.
yeah.
Yeah,
After
he
the
got
whole the
after the
Astros game.
scandal. After the scandal, he got let go for like a year or something like that, and then they rehired him. They
Oh, I didn't know they
re-interviewed
rehired him.
him. Yeah, they re-interviewed him and rehired him for this coming up season.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so he's basically back as their coach. Eric Hinsky was in there. Mike Lowell.
I remember him with Toronto.
Yeah, I remember Mike Lowell with the Marlins.
Mm-hmm.
That's when they traded that guy that ended up in Detroit. That was the guy that they ended up trading for. Mike Lowell and somebody else they traded, and they got that prospect they wanted, Cabrera.
Oh, Miguel.
Yeah,
Miggy.
they ended up getting him from them, and then ended up trading him to Detroit
Yep.
with El Duque or whatever. I think it was El Duque or his brother, one of them.
Well, yeah, his brother Orlando Hernandez.
Yeah, it might have been his brother. It was one of those guys. I think it was one of those guys, but I know it was one of the pitchers they ended up trading to them.
Yeah.
But
I remember I was watching the game when he was pitching against who was it? Was it against Cleveland for the World Series?
Oh yeah.
And, I mean, the strike zone was like 2 feet off the plate, and they were calling them strikes.
Oh yeah.
It's like
because the Marlins had like a great team back then, but it was like his first. I think it was his first year with the team. I think because I remember before he was traded away, the guy that just retired from the Red Sox, a couple years ago, retired, but he was the. I don't think he pitched maybe 1 year or 2 years there. Used to be with the Cubs. Before that, but the Reds, he played with the Reds, and he was with the. He's on MLB Network right now. I can't even think of the guy's name.
Was he with the Marlins though?
Yeah, he was with the Marlins first, and then I think he was traded, or maybe he was traded from the Reds to the Marlins. And
for some reason, Dan Placek keeps coming to mind, and I know it wasn't him. I remember Placek.
Yeah,
back in the day.
Yeah, he was with Milwaukee. He was with the Cubs for 1 year, Milwaukee. Because the problem is he's from Chicago, and his family's all White Sox fans. So when he tried, when he got traded when he signed with the Cubs, he tried to get him. He told the story that he tried to get him to come to one of the games. He tried to give him tickets, and nobody wanted to go because they're all White Sox fans.
Mm-hmm.
But he was with Milwaukee for years. He was there, Toronto. I think he was with the team when they won the championship. I think in Toronto, one of the years. Cito Gaston.
Pictures in my mind that's on the MLB Network because it's like Pedro.
Yeah.
And Placek. There was that relief pitcher that was with, I think, Oakland for a while.
Yeah, they used to have.
I think Eric Burns was on there, but he's an outfielder.
Yeah, they had that other pitcher. They let him go because he had an outburst at his child's Mitch Williams. They let Mitch Williams go because he had an outburst or something happened at one of his kids' little league games or something, and he got into it with one of the umpires or something or other, and caused a scene, and they basically let him go for that. But yeah, they had him. It was who was the guy? Now it's gonna bug me the rest of the night trying to figure out who the guy was, because he's always the guy that always dresses funny. He always wears the he does the Harry Carey impersonation.
I just saw him on TV a couple of days ago.
Yeah, he's sometimes there, but I don't see him as much anymore. I see more John. Lately, I've seen John Smoltz and Ron Darling and Plesac have been on there the most, I think.
Yeah.
And then Al Leiter sometimes shows up every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jim Tomey, I don't know where he's been. He used to be on there with him.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a long time. And
yeah,
Harold Reynolds, that dude is awesome.
Oh yeah, he's there all the time. It's like crazy.
I love listening to him.
Yeah, he's like one of those guys that you wouldn't think that would know as much as he does for being for being the type of player he was. Like not a big name player and all that. You'd think, oh yeah, this guy, you know, but then you think about it, you know, he does like everything. It's like everything he's doing, he's there. And then Dave Valley is on there all the time.
Yep. He was a catcher with Seattle for a while.
Yeah, he was there in '80, I think, when Phillies won the championship.
Yep. Then see, the one thing I remember the most about Harold Reynolds was when he got thrown out at home plate by Bo Jackson.
Oh yeah.
Like, there's no way he got that ball there. There's no way.
Yeah.
Bo just threw a bullet.
Yeah, wasn't that Bo that went through the wall? Wasn't that him that ran through the wall?
I remember him running up a wall one time. I don't remember him running through one.
There was some guy that ran through a wall. I remember that, but then because I remember him running up the wall. It was in Kansas City, I think, where
it was in Baltimore.
Yeah.
It was in Baltimore. They
keep showing that. They keep showing that clip of him running up the wall, catching the ball and running up there. And then there's the one with Ken Griffey where I guess he got his foot caught in the wall or something. They always show that.
Yeah.
And then they had one where sometimes
speaking of Griffey, do you remember when the Mariner Moose he wrecked the 4-wheeler and broke his ankle?
No.
Yeah, he was right and he hit the wall and he fell and he broke his ankle. I mean, it's the compound fracture. He lifts his leg and his foot dangles. It's like, gosh, it's like the Mariner Moose done broke his leg.
I remember the guy. Who was it? It was one of the guys. Forget which team he was from, and but he ended up. They had I guess it was in Miller Park. I guess they do like the sausage race or something.
Yep.
And I guess the guy took a baseball bat and hit one of the mascots or something while he was running by. He hit him with it, and I guess he ended up getting suspended or something. I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" It's almost like I'm like that's almost as bad as Marty McSorley taking the hockey stick and hitting the guy over the head while he's playing.
Yeah,
and he goes, he says to this day that was the worst thing he ever did because he said he should have thought better back then.
Yeah,
but he said
I remember McSorley with the Kings. I love that team. I was like McSorley, Gretzky, obviously, and why can't I think that other guy's name? That is a forward on that team.
Curry, Yama Curry.
Yeah, no, was it Curry?
Curry was on that team. Guy. There was Curry at the time. There was him. There was Bernie Nichols, but I think he got traded.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was traded to. I think he traded. He might have been a part of that trade that was traded, but yeah, it was McSorley, him, because McSorley went with Gretzky somewhere.
They might have gone to the Blues together.
They might have. I know he played for Pittsburgh. I know McSorley played for Pittsburgh.
I don't remember him playing for Pittsburgh. Huh.
Played for Pittsburgh for, I think, during their championship year or something like that. Because it's like Ron Francis. It's like Ron Francis played for, I think, for both championships with them. And then he played with, he was like a Hurricane, or at the time, I think he was a Whaler. Then he went to Pittsburgh, and he came back as a Hurricane or something like that. And now he's the GM, was the GM here until he got fired. And now is the GM of Seattle.
Yeah. Have you seen Mallrats?
Yeah.
Okay, I can never think of Hartford, the Whalers, without thinking of that little clip when he's playing their video game. Hartford, the Whale?
Yeah.
That always comes
They
to my
only beat,
mind when I think
I
of
forget who they were
Hartford
playing, but
Whales.
whoever they were playing, he's like, yeah, they only beat whoever once or twice in a lifetime.
All right, Sega boy.
Yeah. Hey, it's always crazy because I love that movie. Then he uses the same thing. They're playing the same game when they were in Chasing Amy.
I did not even realize that.
Yeah, the hockey game they're playing is, I think, the
Yeah.
same. It's either the same series or the exact same game or something like that. He was playing it then. I was like, because that's what he was doing basically. He'd be playing there, and
Yep. Gosh, I got to go back and watch that. I never noticed that. That's
then if you
awesome.
watch, if did you ever watch oh, what was that movie with John Favreau? Swingers.
I don't think I've ever seen that movie. I've
If you
heard
ever
a
see
lot of good things
if you ever
about it.
see Swingers, in that movie, they have a scene where they're playing the exact same game that they were playing at the exact same time. They were playing the same hockey game, and he was what's his face? Oh, can't think of the guy's name right offhand, but it was um oh, Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn's character is talking to one of the other guys about making Gretzky bleed. I guess in the game there's something you can do, and you can make the players bleed or something if you do a certain move.
Hmm.
And I guess they got in a fight, and he knocked the guy down or did something and made Gretzky bleed. Because the one guy was
Don't make
named
Gretzky
after
bleed.
because the one guy was named after the character's name was named after Sue, boy named Sue.
Mm-hmm.
That was what I guess that's what his name was. So they named him. So they asked him why they named him Sue. He said because I guess their family was a big Johnny Cash. His parents were Johnny Cash fans or something. That's why they named him Sue or something. So yeah, he was the guy that was playing the hockey game, and he was showing him how he made him bleed. He like knocked him on the ground or whatever. I took him all the way to the Stanley Cup. Yeah, Vince Vaughn's like beating the hell out of him.
I'll tell you, I've never been a fan of Vince Vaughn. I feel like he's playing the same character in every movie.
It seems like it. Yeah, I've only seen
When he
I've
was
seen a
he
few of
played,
his movies.
like when he played Psycho, I'm like, I just see the same guy playing Psycho.
Oh yeah, on that I liked him in Swingers, Wedding Crashers.
Yep, Wedding
He was
Crashers
pretty
was
good
good.
in that, and maybe I don't even know. I think The Breakup was okay.
You
That
get too
was
much into that.
okay. Wasn't a great. I mean, it was more like I guess more like I don't know what you'd say. Like him and Jennifer Aniston living in the same place, even though they broke
Yeah,
up.
yeah, but they had nowhere to go, so
Kind
they
of
stayed together.
yeah. So I was like, okay. And then he was in what was that? That Google movie where they're supposed to be workplace like Google.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was the no, he was in another one, but yeah, he's been in a few, but yeah, not really. My wife doesn't really like him at all. So
All right, let's talk cards. We've kind of gone all over sports. Let's actually go into the sports cards because I know you've got some cards.
yes, I do.
Like, what's your favorite card? As if I got to guess.
Oh, my favorite card, if it's hockey, it's the Gretzky autograph card, which is packed away in the closet. I was gonna try to get it out, but it was too difficult to drag out today.
That's
And that,
awesome.
but yeah, that would probably be my number one card right there.
I just realized I didn't bring that one Gretzky I have. It's in the other room. Do you have
Yeah.
a
I've got
Lemieux rookie?
Don't think I do. I know
Gosh,
I have a Yager. I have a Yager rookie from
mm-hmm.
Pro Set. I think it's a Pro Set one.
Mm-hmm. I think I've got the upper deck rookie around here somewhere.
Yeah, I've got that. I've got probably out of a bunch of them, I probably got Lemieux. Probably my next biggest one. That's why in my name. So it's Gretzky 99 and Lemieux 66 are probably the two top that I've had. I think the earliest card I have is that one I was telling you about, that Wooly Paulette. rookie card.
Yep.
That's the earliest card I have, and being an Atlanta Flame guy, which always drives me crazy is the Atlanta Flames. Atlanta can't keep hockey teams. I don't think Atlanta had anything except for maybe the Falcons are the only sports team that actually started in Atlanta. Everybody else had to come from somewhere else.
All right. When you were telling me about the Atlanta Flames, first I was like, wait, what? Atlanta had the Flames? Because I remember the Thrashers, and I didn't even realize they had left.
Yeah, the
I was like,
Thrashers didn't
it wasn't
exist.
even 20 years ago.
I think they left in 2011. I think they were bought by a team. They were bought by a team who moved them to Winnipeg
Yeah. Because I
because
remember when
Winnipeg had went.
didn't they go to
Yeah,
Arizona or did they go to
yeah. So they went to Arizona. Actually, the funny thing is Winnipeg went to Arizona. Arizona is rumored to be in the worst. They're in the worst lease ever for a stadium, and the rumor is that they may end up in Houston. That's what the rumor's been going around is because I think the NHL owns them or something, or has something to do with them. So they may be moved to, or they have some kind of ownership that may move them to. I guess with the old way of the way the old divisions were set up in that division. So what they were going to do was move one of them to the central to where the Blackhawks and all of them were playing, and move them to Houston and put Seattle in at that point. And then Seattle would take their spot. And they would have 8 and 8, and it'd be 16 teams. Each division would have 8 teams. Now what it's set up now is I don't even know where Seattle's going to go if they keep the setup they have this year, because they have 7 teams in Canada, and the rest of the divisions all. Yeah, Seattle has the Krakens.
That's the first I've heard of that. I had no idea.
Yeah, they start next year.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's why I hadn't heard about it. I didn't even hear about them starting or anything. Because I was like,
they're the second. Yeah, then Golden Knights, they should have brought them out at the same time to make it even, but they didn't. And Seattle, I don't know who they had to beat out to get a team, but there's been rumors that they want they up that way. So they put a team in Seattle, which is so close to Vancouver, which I don't understand that, but think something. The GM for the Hurricanes, when he was fired, when they announced that they were chances to be their GM. So he's an ex-Hurricane and an ex-Hurricane employee. The East just stepped down from Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's GM, he just stepped down from that. Rutherford, he just out of the blue. I don't know what was going on there. They just said he had some personal issues going on and decided to step away from the game. That's when Francis took over from us, is when he went to Pittsburgh, and then he left, and now the guy they got now used to be the GM, Tom Waddell, used to be the GM for the Thrashers. He was the GM for the Thrashers. To the Thrashers. When they moved, I guess they couldn't take the team or whatever, but yeah, they're just not that. The Thrashers weren't that great. I actually saw them. They're opening their first year that they started playing there.
I'm actually looking up to see who that one guy was that I'm trying to remember from the Kings. Gosh, who was that guy? It's very frustrating that I can't remember him. Paul Coffey was with them. I didn't realize he was with them.
Yeah, because the Kings
Rob Blake. That's who the guy was I was thinking of. Rob Blake.
Oh, yeah, he was with that.
Yeah. Because I was like, that guy was
yeah. Who won a championship. And the funny thing is, he won a championship with the Avalanche. He didn't win one. He never won a championship in LA. He won one with the Avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were going to win
him
one.
and Bork.
Yep. All right, Bork. That's right. He left.
Ray Bork and him both.
He left Boston for a while. I didn't realize he left Boston for a while.
Yeah, he left Boston in 2000, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was 2000, and he ended up. They traded him to try to get him a championship.
You know what?
I think they lost in the finals that year.
He was. I mean, because I do remember that, and because I remember he had a press conference and he was so emotional, and then when he signed with somebody else, and I was like, gosh,
yeah,
man,
yeah, it was like 20. I think he was there 20 years or something. And the funny thing is that during those 20 years, no player on Boston could get paid. Ray Bork was the highest paid player on the team. They said nobody could get paid higher than him.
I remember when you talk about pay. What's his name? Don Mattingly. I remember. I think it was 1986 or 1987. Yeah. He signed with the Yankees for $1.95 million, and he said the reason he didn't sign, he thought no one was worth $2 million a year, so he signed for 1.95.
Yeah. I remember when Ryan Sandberg signed for the most. Yeah, I remember when Sandberg signed for $7 million a year, became the first $7 million player, and then walked away from it. It was crazy. He ended up signing. He ended up walking away because it was at that time him and his wife Cindy had gotten divorced, and I guess she was other players. And there was rumors going around that he was going to the Cubs management and asking them to trade these guys away, these guys off, get rid of them, don't re-sign them, don't bring them in, because I guess they were like cheating on him with his wife, I guess. I found out.
Man, that's crazy.
And he ended up, and they ended up having this. Yeah, and then he ended up for a year and then came back for one more year. And I think he ended up retiring after that, I think. I think he ended up leaving. And I think he left they said he left 3 years on the table or something or whatever. He didn't even finish out the contract or whatever he was signed to. But yeah, then I remember when the White Sox basically during the strike got their $8 million man, Albert Bell.
I did not realize he was the first $8 million man. I remember watching him in Cleveland. I still can't believe they gave the MVP to move on over him.
Oh, yeah. And the funny thing about Albert Bell.
Yeah, 50 home runs, 50 doubles in one season. Get out of here.
Yeah. You never knows that 66 is the record for doubles.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, 60-something. There was a player that hit 60-something doubles in a year. And a couple players have been close, but never really got up to, I don't think got past 60, I don't think. I think they've all gotten in the 50s. But
yeah. They wouldn't give him the MVP because he's kind of a jerk. Like, come on. Give the man the MVP. He earned it.
And because miraculously disappeared out of Comiskey Park. And then that guy comes back, and you heard the story about how the guy went in there and stole it.
Yep, he went through the events.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" That's like incognito, another bat or something.
I was like, "That's hilarious."
Yeah, I'm like, I guess you can't get prosecuted now for stealing. I guess the limitation's over, so you can tell the story now. I remember when he was playing. But yeah. Poor Albert Bell.
I mean, that team.
He ended up. They should have won more. They should have won more than what they did.
I mean, that's what I was going to say, because that Cleveland team, they were stacked back then. Yeah, Sandy Alomar, Jim Thome, Manny Ramirez, Albert Bell. Gosh, who else was? I was gonna say
Vizquel.
Roberto. Roberto was not on that team.
Yeah. No, Omar Vizquel.
Was he on that team that early?
Yeah. Yeah, he was on there at one point.
I
They
knew he was
had
on there, but I didn't know if he was on those early teams.
yeah.
Remember
And they
Charles
had
Nagy was one of the pitchers.
oh yeah, Finley.
Yep, Chuck Finley.
Had don't forget Kenny Lofton.
Oh yeah, that was early Kenny Lofton after he got traded from the Astros.
Yeah, and then Kenny Lofton got traded to Atlanta, I think, for somebody at one point. They got him in '97, I think. They had David Justice in '95, I think, when the Braves beat them. I think David Justice was on their team at that point.
Yep, because when he came up, the Braves got rid of Dale Murphy. Dale Murphy went to Philadelphia.
Oh yeah, and didn't Dale end his career in? I thought Dale ended his career in Colorado.
He may have. I just remember that trade when he went to Philadelphia, and I was like, he just never looked right in that uniform.
Oh yeah,
I mean, won 2
sort
MVP.
of like whenever.
Gosh.
Yeah, I still remember when they had Pete Rose was sitting over there playing for the Phillies and the Expos. I'm like, you got to be kidding me! Pete Rose in the Philly uniform. I'm like 2 years old, so I'm watching this like years later as like highlights and stuff. I'm like, Pete Rose playing for Montreal Expos and Philly. That doesn't strike me as okay.
Yeah,
that's something wrong there.
I mean, Pete Rose, he should be in the Hall of Fame. That frustrates me. He really should.
Yeah.
I know he messed up.
I mean, if you came back and said, okay, he bet when he was playing, that he betted when he played, okay, that's fine. But because he did it as a manager, he should be banned as a manager, not banned from his playing days.
Yep.
There's guys who do a lot more worse things and are still in the Hall of Fame, and they don't take them out.
Yep.
I mean, it's almost like saying, O.J. Simpson's a Hall of Famer, but he's also, went through the biggest murder trial case in the last years,
Yep.
Hold on. You can't really say, you can't really.
Let me find it. Okay. Sneak preview of my upcoming video.
There we go.
It's he said, she said. On this side, it's got Nicole's story. When you flip it over, it's got OJ's story.
Oh.
I just bought that the other day. I was like, I should buy it, but I was like, it's funny.
No, yeah,
it's not
that's
funny.
what I always tell people.
It's not funny. Let me rephrase that because that's the wrong word.
Yeah.
It was a very historic trial, though.
Yeah, that's what always got me was that, you can't take them out of the Hall of Fame. But then I'm like, then there's other people who've done things that basically, who was it? Gaylord Perry said he cheated.
I mean, they did an interview with him while he was playing. I just saw this the other day on YouTube. It was an old video, and you saw. I mean, you would see when he would throw the ball. I mean, spit was just going everywhere.
Yeah,
it was crazy. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's what I always wondered. Yeah, because I used to. Because a lot of the older players, I used to play. What was it? Tony La Russa's baseball for the PC. I didn't have it for the Sega yet, but I had it for the PC. And I used to play that, and we could pick like old ball. You could like make your own team up, like do a draft and pick players from like all different eras if you want.
Oh, that's awesome.
And you could have like you could upload. You can get the expansion pack and upload like all the older guys and different stadiums. So you could play in like Ebbets Field if you could play in the old Philly Park. Back in the old Oakland A's park. I mean, not Oakland A's, but the Philadelphia A's. Because I didn't even realize that the Philadelphia A's ended up with the same owner that ended up getting rid of the team that was in Oakland was the same one that moved them to Kansas. That moved them to Kansas City. So I didn't even know that they were in Kansas City beforehand.
No,
I kept
Kansas City
seeing this
A's?
Kansas
Yeah.
City A. Yeah, and I was like, Kansas City A's. I never remember that one. The hockey history of different teams moving, but I was like, I don't remember that one.
Yeah. Like
Because it's
baseball,
like,
I kind of know because they don't move very much.
no, I think the last team to move wasn't it the
It was
Braves?
Montreal to Washington.
Yeah, yeah. Before that, it was the Braves. I think they said Braves to Atlanta. I think.
I don't think
I
so. I
think it was.
think it might have been Washington to Minnesota or Washington to Texas. Because they had
Yeah,
two different Washington teams in Washington. One of them moved to
Minnesota. Yeah.
Minnesota, and one of them became the Rangers.
Oh yeah,
Like they couldn't keep
that's
a
right.
team there.
Oh, and before that, they had. It might even be before those two teams moved. Might have been the Pilots. Might have been the Seattle Pilots who moved to Milwaukee and became the Brewers.
Yep.
Because they were only
Yep.
there one season in like 1970, I think. And then
Mm-hmm.
they ended up leaving Seattle and going there. And I was like, Seattle Pilots. I was like, I
So I
let you know that.
remember because back in the 80s, we were big into cards, baseball cards. And I remember seeing, gosh, was it 60? It was 60 something. I can't remember what year it was, but maybe it's 70. 60, like 68 ish, 67, 69. Somewhere in that ballpark. There was a few cards that had pilots on them. And I was like, what is this?
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember my dad's cousin. He actually got a baseball cards from a guy that he worked with at FedEx.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked the guy, what did he want for him? The guy goes, no, you could just have them. Gave it to him. And I mean, it would bring him on like he would not leave him at home. He would bring him like on vacation if they drove somewhere. Just bring them with him so he wouldn't lose them. I guess they were that valuable. He had 2 second-year Nolan Ryan cards in the collection, and they tried to complete it. I don't remember what the guy had. I think it was from like in the 60s all the way through like the 80s when the guy had given him the collection.
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to complete it with his kids. And one of his sons almost made the New Orleans Saints as a kicker.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he turned it down.
So that Nolan's rookie year was 68, so 69 would have been his second year. That's also Reggie Jackson's rookie year.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that until I was watching the whole thing about Reggie Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot he played for Baltimore. The one year he was in Baltimore.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that. I kept thinking that he went from Baltimore. I thought he went from. Yeah, because I kept thinking to the Yankees.
Play any there? I remember he was traded.
I don't even remember.
Because
I just don't even remember.
There was a card that had the 1977 tops. It's got Reggie, but his hat is airbrushed to the Yankees hat, and there is a card without the airbrushing is Baltimore. And in my mind, I'm like, did he even play in Baltimore?
That's what I was wondering because I know he went to Baltimore.
What? Because if it was, it would have been either 76 or 77.
We did. Talked about comics for a little bit. No, there's other people there, but yeah.
Yeah, he played.
I don't know.
He played in 1976. He played a full year in Baltimore. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's what I thought he did. Yeah, I didn't know he did. Yeah, Reggie did. Yeah,
because I remember that.
That's
that 77 tops airbrush card.
Yeah, because he was there, and then he had. Yeah, because he was with the Yankees. Then he went to the Angels and retired.
He played for one more team after that.
Yeah, the Angels. After the Angels?
Yep. One season.
So I remember with the Angels. Back with Hope.
Yep. His last season was with the A's.
Huh. Didn't know that. I know. Billy Williams played with the A's before he retired.
Billy Williams from the Cubs back in the day?
Yeah, yeah,
I did not know that.
yeah. Did him? I think they had traded him. I mean, the Cubs have had some worst trades ever. In that, the biggest trade was trading Lou Brock to the
Yep.
Cardinals,
Yep. That's what
and
I was
then
thinking. His rookie card has him with the Cubs.
yeah, and then the other year, and then the best trade I think the Cubs ever made, I would have to say, was trading for a throwaway player in Ryan Sandberg.
Yep, from Philadelphia. Yep.
Philadelphia just said, "Here, take this guy. We don't really need him."
All right,
And
I'm gonna
turns
show
out
you.
to be a
Look,
Hall of Famer.
all right, you know the Mets' worst deal ever was the Bobby Bonilla deal.
Oh yeah, well, they
Yeah,
paid him all that money for the rest of his life.
yeah, they pay him 1.1 million a year till 2035. Did you know he played for the White Sox at one point?
No,
I had
I
no
never
knowledge of that.
realized that.
I
I thought he
I
played
saw
with
this
the.
card
Was
and I
that
was like,
before the
wait, what?
Pirates?
Yeah, before the
Yeah,
Pirates.
was that? Huh. I thought he was only with the Pirates because I remember
Now,
him.
okay. Now here's the thing. This is one of the update cards from 1986.
Yeah.
Maybe he never played for the White Sox and got traded because on the back it does not show any stats with the White Sox. So, but
Okay,
I
so he
didn't.
might have
I
been. He
didn't.
might have been.
I thought
So
he
he could have
came
been
up.
a rookie that year.
I thought he came up in the Pirates organization.
That's what I thought. Unless they traded him somebody for him,
Yeah, I
or got or
because when I
got or
saw
got
that
him in a
card, I
Rule
was like,
5
wait,
draft
what?
deal.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
because
was
some of the
collecting
players I
back
don't
then, and I
even.
had no idea.
Yeah, because I have Sammy Sosa's card when he was with the I think the early White Sox card, but I know he was with
Yep,
Texas before that. He had a card with Texas.
yep.
But most of my cards I got with him is with the. I still got the shirt that has him that has the what was it, the 66 home runs or whatever that he hit McGuire. That
Yeah,
he beat
I
McGuire out
remember.
to 62 or whatever.
Yeah, I remember when Big Mac hit that 60-second home run. I was like, wow, never would have thought it
Yeah.
would have happened.
And the funny thing is that he still holds the record for the Cubs. Before that, held the record at I think 56 home runs was Hack Wilson.
Wow, now that's
Hack's
going
actually,
back a long time.
yeah, I think he was back in. I think it was when they won their first championship or their last championship, should I say, until 16.
Yeah, that was. I guess I would say
Because they
that's
won
back
back to back
in the like maybe
1908.
the 20s or the teens, the 19
Yeah,
teens.
yeah, because the White Sox should have won in 1919, but they basically sold their to the gamblers
All right, I
and
still
let
say
them.
I think it's been pretty much proven that Joe Jackson did not do that.
No, he said he didn't know what he was getting paid for. They
Yeah,
claimed that all he knew was he still played like he always did, but they said the only
yep.
reason they got caught was the first game of the season, was the first game of the series. If they
Mm-hmm.
didn't do what they did in the first game of the series and then throw it, they wouldn't there wouldn't have been nobody would have caught on. Nobody would have caught on right away. And I heard Mountain Landis was like the dick when it came to those kinds of things, that he just was like wasn't going to put up with it, and he's like, "You're all out of here." Kennesaw Mountain Landis, you're gone. You can get out of the league.
Thank gosh. I mean that he should be in the Hall of Fame too.
He should be, because I still say he should be in the Hall of Fame. If you could Harold Baines in the Hall of Fame, you should put him in.
Yeah,
Because I don't
I've
even think
said
Harold.
I know when he got put in, I was like, wait, what? What's Harold Baines?
That's what I thought. I thought about it. I was like, then I'm like, every of these mediocre players could get in now, who could basically be a halfway decent player, but not
Yep.
be a player. that could get in. Harold Baines was great for a few years with the White Sox, and then when he got traded, when he got traded to Texas, I think he played for the Red Sox at some point. But yeah, we went to Milwaukee and saw
Orioles at one point. But
yeah, we saw him.
The greatest story about Harold Baines is when he got traded, they retired his number in Chicago. I'm like, the man is still playing and you retire his number.
Yeah. It reminds me of for some reason back then it reminded me of all the players that the White Sox had, and I ended up with this one guy just kept getting his cards. I don't know what it was about his cards. He wasn't a great player or anything, but it was Dave Magadan. I kept getting a bunch of his cards when he played for the White Sox. Yep. I was like, why don't I get all these guys, all his cards? Yeah, and I kept getting his cards, and I kept wondering like that. Then there was another guy. I got like a few Greg Walker cards. He used to coach with the White Sox there when Ozzie was. So him and Ozzie Guillen. I have a bunch of his cards. My cousin actually got Frank Thomas's autograph.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it took him forever to get Frank Thomas's autograph. Frank Thomas was one of those guys you would try to get his autograph back in the day before the strike. And Frank Thomas was like, nothing doing, I ain't doing this, nothing doing, you couldn't get him to autograph anything. And then as soon as the strike happened and they needed to draw back, he changed his tune and became Mr. Nice Guy, like I'll autograph that for you. And they said, yeah, they ended up getting his autograph on something. I forget. I think it was a big poster they had. They ended up getting him to autograph it. But I ended up getting an autograph on the stupid baseball that I shouldn't have got autographed because neither guy was in the All-Star game. It was an All-Star baseball I got from my aunt's husband at the time, my uncle. And he gave it to me. But it was the All-Star when Wrigley Field had the All-Star game. That 1 year back in the 80s.
Yep.
They had it, and he gave it to me. And I ended up having it autographed by two players that weren't even on the team at the time because I didn't have any baseballs to autograph, and I was like, I need something to autograph. I'll just have this one, and I grabbed the wrong one, I should have went and bought one,
Yeah.
But I was so stupid. I got Willie Banks to autograph it, and I forget who the other guy was. I think it was Tuffy Rhodes, I think. Mr. I hit 3 home runs and did nothing.
Carl Tuffy Rhodes. I remember him.
Yeah.
Willie Banks.
I still got his card.
Willie Banks wasn't a horrible pitcher.
Nah, we signed him from, I think, the Twins at the time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember. That's where I remember him from. And Rhodes, I remember him from the Astros before the Cubs.
Yeah, he came up with when the Cubs got him. He was the 3 home run hitter on opening day, tied some record or broke a record or something to hit 3 home runs. And then what did he do the rest of the year? Nothing. He basically was like, oh, I forgot my sunglasses. Drops the ball. He was just terrible back then. But anytime you needed a guy to get his first major league home run, the Cubs were willing to give it to him. That was what we were known. That was what we were known for years. Guy comes up, oh, he needs a home run. Boom. Up. He just hit his record-breaking home run. You remember Glenn Allen Hill? Yeah, he was good for the Cubs.
You remember he hit a home run on top of the apartments across the street?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I was watching that game and I saw the home run. I was like, man, he killed that. And I thought he was going to hit the building. And I didn't see where it come down. It was on top of the building.
Yeah.
Like, gracious.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that. Yeah. Yeah, he was good. There's a guy that actually, I have a video of it somewhere, but it's part of one of the histories of Wrigley Field, I guess, or whatever. The guys who stand out there and catch the balls that are home run hit. And the guys have they have thousands of these things stacked up in their house. And they fight over it, and they're one of the guys is part of that group that got the ball from McGuire, I guess, at Wrigley Field when McGuire hit that one or so. I can't remember which one it was, but one of the guys, and they ended up getting it. But yeah, it was just crazy. Watching those guys do that, and Yeah, and then the Cubs had Damon Berryhill
Yep.
at one point. Yeah, then they had some crazy pitchers. They had one pitcher they got from Toronto one year, and he wasn't all that great.
I mean, I remember in the 90s, I thought they had turned the corner when they had those two young pitchers, Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor.
Oh yeah,
I was like, oh
and
my goodness, they're gonna have those guys for the next decade. They're gonna be great.
oh yeah. At least with Kerry
And
Woods, at least he got to come back to the Cubs.
yeah,
But with
yeah, that
Mark
20
Pryor,
strikeout.
Pryor was he had that 20 strikeout game. I remember watching that. Remember
Yep.
watching that on TV, watching that game against Houston, and they
Mm-hmm.
were just like swinging
Houston
at
was,
distance.
yeah, Houston was stacked that year too.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Yeah.
it might have been. Was that the year that they went to the? No, that was a couple years later. They went to the World Series against the White Sox and lost. But they were still
Mhm.
they still had almost the exact same team with Berkman,
Yeah.
with Lance Berkman, um, the two Hall of
Biggio,
Famers,
yeah,
BGO
Biggio,
Bagwell.
Bagwell. I think Caminiti was on that team. I might be wrong
I
about
think he
that.
was. I think he was still on that team. I think he was before he got traded
Yeah.
because Phil was part of that trade. I think Phil Plantier was part of that trade. I think that sent him from Houston to because he was
Hey,
part of that
it's
other. One of them might have been in the trade from Detroit because I remember Detroit had that big trade with Houston that sent Brad Ausmus to Detroit.
yeah. Who did they get
Had,
for him? I remember when they had that trade.
yeah, it was a big old trade. It was it might have been Phil Plantier at the time from
I remember
Detroit. I
him
don't
playing
remember.
for. I remember him playing for Detroit for a little bit. I don't remember.
Yeah,
Well,
Brad
it might have
Ausmus
been.
because
I don't know.
didn't the Cubs get Ausmus at one time or
I
one of
think he
them?
played for a bunch of teams at one time.
Yeah, there was so many
I think
guys.
he played for the Red Sox for maybe at some
Uh,
point.
the one guy that I always thought was like the funniest guy.
I know he played for San Diego.
Me and my buddy used to make the joke about it. This was years after the guy retired, but we always made the joke about the Reggie Sanders syndrome. It's like every time you turn around, Reggie Sanders playing for somebody different every year. It's like he's going to set the record for playing for the most teams.
Gosh, I remember Gaylord Perry. I think he played for like 8 or 10 teams.
Yeah.
Jamie Moyer, he played for a bunch of teams.
Yeah. 18 years for Brad Ausmus.
Yeah.
San Diego, Detroit, Houston, and the Dodgers.
Wow, he did not play for Boston. I thought he did.
Yeah.
There you go.
And he's the manager. He was the manager before he got fired of the Angels.
Yep.
Because he was with the Tigers as manager, Angels as manager. But I know why he got fired. And when you could go get the best manager ever and bring him into your team, yeah, because he played for San Diego, Detroit for 1 year, went back to Houston for 2 years, went to Houston the first time for 2 years, went to Detroit for 2 years, went back to Houston for 7 years, and then played his last 2 years with the Dodgers.
I remember there for a little while when a player was good for a little while.
Yeah.
And then he started not being good. And I'm not talking about Ausmus, but I mean just like general players. It always seemed like they ended up with Kansas City.
Yeah.
Remember like Wally Joyner, great player. Oh, now he's with Kansas City.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Greg Jeffries, he's going to be a great player. Oh, now he's with Kansas City.
Yeah.
I thought that was hilarious.
It's like
you know what I just
like,
remembered? You mentioned Dave Magadan. You know my favorite Dave Magadan story? No, I'm wrong. It's John Olerud. Forget what I was talking about. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, Olerud with the what was it? No, it was the Blue Jays. After Olerud had been like gone from the team,
Yep.
they said that they were not going to ever again take a player straight out of high school and make him a major leaguer. So I guess he came right out of high school. I guess. Yeah, he never went to the minors. I think he never played minors. I think he went straight to the majors right out of high school or something like that, or
I did
college or
not know
whatever it
that.
was. Yeah, something like that, or something goofy like that. But yeah,
Huh.
yeah, because I was wondering about that. Yeah, because it's like you look at people. Yeah, yeah. Brad
I
Ausmus was
remember
only an All-Star one time. Wow.
I remember Olerud. He told this story one time because didn't he play for Seattle for a while?
Yeah, I think he was
And
with Seattle before the Mets. Was it?
yeah, no, it was after the Mets.
Yeah, it had to be after.
Or
Yeah, because he was.
because he was talking
Yeah, because he
about
was
him and Ricky
there.
Henderson.
Oh yeah, because he was
Him,
there in 2000. 2000 when they went in 2000.
mhm. He was
Yeah,
talking
when they were with
about
the Mets. Yeah.
Olerud was talking about because everyone, well, not everyone, but people know he wore the helmet in the out when he played
Yeah.
because he had a head something with his head. I can't remember what it was, but he
Something.
was talking
Yeah,
about
trauma or something. I think.
he was talking about playing with Ricky Henderson in Toronto,
Yeah.
and then for like a year they played together in Seattle. And Ricky came up to him and goes, I played with a guy who wore a helmet when he played first base. And Ulrich looked at him and goes, yeah, that was me. Ricky had no idea.
Yeah, it's funny how Ricky Henderson played. How many times he played for the A's? Like 4 times.
It was at least 3.
Yeah, let me look that up here because I think he
I'm
did
pretty
play
sure.
for him.
I know it was at least twice. Was it 3 times? I know it was at least twice.
Oh crap, Ricky Henderson. Let's see what his career. Let's see what teams he played. He played for Oakland
Mm-hmm.
from 79 to 84.
And then to the
Yankees from
Yankees.
85 to 80 to 80 to 89. 89 to 93 with Oakland. 93 when he was traded over to Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
Back to Oakland again for the third time from 94 to 95. Went to San Diego for the first time in 96, 97. Angels in 97. Back to Oakland in 98. 99, 2000 with the Mets. 2000 with the Mariners. Back to the 91. Back in 2001, he played Padres again. Then he played 02 with Boston, and then 2003 with Los Angeles.
Okay. I have no recollection of him with California or
Yeah.
San Diego. No
Oh,
recollection of
both
that
times with
at
San
all.
Diego? I remember the
Mm-hmm.
first time when he was with San Diego. I don't remember the second time.
No recollection of that.
Yeah. which drives me crazy because it's like, yeah, it's like he played. What did he play? Like, how many years did he play? Played a long time.
It was.
Yeah, he's 62. Yeah, he was born in Chicago. He played 62 years old now. If he played in 79, yeah, 79 to 03, 9 teams. But a bunch of those teams he played for like multiple times.
Yeah.
That's why I always wondered about the A's, how he kept going back to the A's all
He
these
was the
times. And I'm
fittest
like,
player that I saw back in the day. That
oh,
dude
yeah.
was ripped before players got ripped. I mean, he was just chiseled.
Yeah. And the guy that I always found funny that they could never figure out how old he was Julio Franco.
He played for like 20 because he came up with Philadelphia in 82.
Yeah.
And then went to Cleveland, I think.
Yeah.
I believe that's right.
And he played in so many different leagues. Like he left the major leagues for a while and played in like a Mexican league or something like that, they
Yep.
said. And he played down there in
Yep.
Mexico. And then he came back up and then they're like, I thought he was gone. He was still playing. He's like 50-something years old or something.
Yeah. He played for at least 22 years, I think. I think it was 22. It seems like to me I looked this up not too long ago.
Yeah, same thing with Jamie Moyer when he played forever.
Yeah.
He wanted to keep playing, but I guess nobody wanted to sign him at the end of his career, so he left.
He was throwing the ball at like his fastball was like 85.
Yeah, I was like, man, this guy's still pitching.
He's just like soft
I'm like,
tossed.
yeah, because that was like I didn't even realize that when who was that pitcher that just died recently? Was it Negro? Was it Phil Negro?
Yeah, Phil Negro, he just passed away. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was him. They were talking about his 24-year career or
Mm-hmm.
something like that, and all the different teams he played for. I was like, and they said like he didn't miss a game. Like he always made a start for so many years in a row.
Well, I
And that
mean,
I was like unreal.
I mean, he was throwing that knuckleball, so he was throwing
Yeah.
like 80 miles an hour. So that, and gosh, there were times he had that thing was going all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Who did um
Didn't he teach I think he was the one that taught
Tim
Tim
Wakefield?
Wakefield.
Yeah.
Yeah, showed him how to control it better and that.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, yeah, that's how his career got extended, being with the Red Sox at the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was like almost out of baseball with the Pirates.
Yep. Yep. I
And then
remember when
he
he
just
came up to the majors. Yeah. He was it was a
a lot
regular
of
pitcher, and then he got sent
yeah.
down, and that's when they taught him the knuckle. There's a
Yeah, I heard
documentary about it called Knuckle, I think.
yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah,
And I was like, that's pretty cool.
he was pretty decent of a player, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because not very many. I always hated those guys they'd bring in those guys that throw like a submarine pitch. The guy's almost
Okay.
touching the ground and he's throwing the
Okay. All
ball.
right. Back in the 80s, Kent Colby and Dan Quisenberry. Those are
Yeah,
the first two I remember doing that. I loved watching those two pitch.
yeah.
They were both
Quisenberry was a
closers,
great
and again
closer. Yeah,
they almost touched the ground. It was
yeah.
I don't
He makes the most lists. Dan Quisenberry seems to make most of the top 10 lists that they put out there for closers.
mm-hmm.
That he seems to be on that list all the time. But you get the other guys. Now they got more newer guys that get on the list, and these older guys don't even get seen anymore. It's like they pitched 3 innings to get a save back then.
Exactly right.
Guy comes in, pitches 3 pitches, three batters or less, and he gets a save.
Yeah. I mean,
You know,
the ones that get me is they come in, throw one pitch, get a ground ball out, and he gets a save. I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
Let them earn it. I mean, back in the day, Bruce Sutter, Goose Gossage, those guys they had to pitch 3 innings. And that's why they only I remember 35 saves. That was the record. It's like, oh my goodness. Someone got 40 saves? I mean,
I remember when Bobby
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I remember when Bobby Thigpen got the record in the American League for 50 saves.
Yep.
And then it was beat by that.
Okay. Bobby Thigpen, who was on his college baseball team?
Oh, I can't even remember. I should know this.
Will Clark and Rafael Palmeiro.
Damn.
In Mississippi State.
Yeah. Damn. Poor Thigpen.
Do we think they were any good?
Yeah. That's what I always thought. I always thought Will Clark would be better than he turned out to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just when he was with the Giants, he just didn't have anything after that.
He went to Texas after that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he played with anybody else after that, but I remember him with Texas for a few years.
Yeah, because I remember him before the Giants. He was with somebody. Was he with the Cardinals?
Who's that? Will Clark?
Yeah.
No, he started with the Giants.
Okay. I thought he went to the Cardinals. For some reason, I thought he went
to the minor leagues with somebody else.
Yeah, I thought he went to the Cardinals at some point because I remember. I thought I have his card with them. I don't remember.
He might have gone after Texas, maybe, but I don't remember anything else with him.
Yeah. Okay. Will Clark. Let's see here. Yeah, he was with. He was with San Francisco. Let's see here. San Francisco from 86 to 80 to 93. Texas from 94 to 98. 99, 2000 Baltimore, and then 2000 with the Cardinals.
I have
Yeah, it was
no
the end of his
recollection of
career.
him being at either one of those places.
Just remember him with the Cardinals because of the Cubs. That was the only reason I would remember him there, but it wasn't like it was that memorable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
It's
have
almost like
no
Andy Van.
recollection of Will Clark
Yeah,
playing with the Orioles.
yeah, I don't either. I don't know where he played with the Orioles for 2 years
I mean, my
and then
brother
got
is a
traded half.
huge Orioles fan. I'm going to ask him if he knew that. There has to be a
Yeah, because
baseball
I
club with
don't.
that. I have no idea.
It has to
That
be because that's what I'm trying to figure out is what he did.
that's
Let's see what
crazy.
did he do with them? What did he do with Baltimore? Okay, Baltimore and St. Louis. It's here. He got his 2000th hit versus Kansas City on June 15th of 99. Okay. Clark signed a 2-year deal with Baltimore before the 99 season, again replacing Palmeiro, who had left
Yeah.
Baltimore to return to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when
I
he
guess
went
he
back
needed
to
more
Texas. He
steroids, I
got it.
guess.
Yeah. Okay, here it is. At 2000 deadline, the Orioles traded Clark to the Cardinals for Jose Leon. What did Jose Leon do? Nothing. Don't
I
think he
remember
amounted to
Jose
much.
De Leon. I don't remember
Oh,
Jose
he was
Leon.
there to replace. That's right. He would play first base for McGuire. McGuire was injured at the time.
Who?
That's why
Who?
they picked up Clark. That's why the traded for Clark was because McGuire was hurt at the time
For which
at the
team?
deadline
Oh, for
for the
the
Cardinals.
for St. Louis. I thought you
Yeah,
were
when he
talking
was
about with
traded.
Baltimore.
No, Baltimore traded him. He replaced Palmeiro, who went back to
Hmm?
Texas, and then he
Gotcha.
replaced McGuire
Gotcha.
because McGuire was
Gotcha.
injured. That's why he was traded. So I guess he was only there for a short time, so it didn't really do
I,
much. So
I need to see a picture of Will Clark with the Orioles.
yeah, because they got a picture of him. They got a picture of him with Texas, but not with the other team, but not with Baltimore for some reason. Let's see if I can click on it and see if he'll pick up a
And
picture of
there's,
him somewhere. No, no, no,
I mean, there's pictures of him, so
no.
he obviously did it.
Yeah, must be. That's what I try to wonder is like, I'm like trying to figure this out, where these guys come from. Because it's
That's
like if you,
hilarious.
let's see
I
here, let me look up
mean,
this guy.
that's
That's what
cracking me
gets me is
up,
where these guys, yeah, it's like what these guys end up doing, you know?
man.
Yeah,
That's funny.
they don't give us
It's
very
it's
much on
just it's
him.
hilarious to have no recollection of that at all.
Yeah, that's what I
How
always
many
wonder sometimes. Like, what?
how many home runs did he ended up with? About 300 and something?
Something like that, yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, 300 something. Yeah, he didn't really, I mean, he probably ended up with the same amount Reggie Sanders did. Because Reggie Sanders had,
Reggie
well,
Sanders.
Well, you were right on that one. Reggie Sanders ended his career with the Royals.
There's another one.
I know. From Cincinnati, San Diego, Atlanta, Arizona, San Francisco, Pittsburgh, and his eighth and final team was the Royals for 2 years
Yeah.
at age 38 and 39.
Wow.
Man, that's telling you something. He's like the eight. He's like the what was that guy? The Mike Keenan of hockey. I'm gonna coach every team. I'm gonna play for everybody.
I remember that.
'Cause
Yeah, he was bouncing
I
around
think
all
Mike
over the place.
I think Mike Keenan's coached eight or nine teams by now. Because the last time I heard he coached somebody was the Flames. That was the last time he coached somebody, I believe. Or it
All
was
right.
Florida. It was either Florida or the Flames.
All right.
One of the two.
Is it Calgary or Calgary?
I call it Calgary.
See, that's what I always say.
But it
I
depends
hear
on.
people saying Calgary. I'm like, what?
It probably depends because, I mean, they're in the same place as where Edmonton is.
Mm-hmm.
They're both in Alberta.
Yep.
Which Edmonton, to me, I mean, I just feel bad that Edmonton hasn't really done anything
Since
in,
the 80s, really.
yeah, since 1990 was the last time. Oh, the time they lost to the Hurricanes in 2006.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I actually do remember
They
that.
lost. They lost the championship because I watched that whole series. I was watching the television the whole time. I was glued to it,
Think
rooting
about
for the
how good
Canes at the time.
if they had kept that team together in Edmonton.
Oh yeah,
I
if
mean,
they
you
didn't
got
Gretzky,
Gretzky, Yari Curry, um,
yeah, Paul Coffey,
yeah,
Steve
Coffee.
Smith, Grant Fuhrer,
That's
Bill
I was
Hogue.
trying
I
to remember
think
who the
Bill
goalie
Hogue.
was. It's Fuhrer. That's right. I mean, if they
Yeah,
had
Fuhrer
kept
was their
that
main
team
goalie. I think
together, oh my
Andy Moog.
goodness.
Andy Moog was there at one point.
Mhm.
Who else was there?
But I mean, if you had kept that team, if they had kept that team together in the 80s and
Kevin
just kept that
Lowe.
team, oh my
Yeah,
gosh. I mean, they won 4 in a row, but I mean, they could have won 10 in a row. Well, okay, not in a
I
row,
know.
not in a row. But I mean, that team,
They missed 1 year. They missed. Yeah, because they won. Yeah, because they won 4. Yeah, Gretzky won 4 out of. Yeah, because the 1 year they lost, the first year they lost, year of
because I think that Islanders
the
were really good before that.
Islanders. Islanders went 4 years, beat them in the champion
Yep,
the year before they started their run. So that was
yep.
the first year Gretzky lost. They won 2 in a row. They lost the next one. Went 2 more. I think went 2 more. No, he lost. He played in 5. Gretzky played in 5 with them. So it was the first one. He won 2. Then I think they won 2. But they ended up playing like the same team, I think, twice.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think Gretzky was there the year they played the same team. It's because they ended up beating who they beat. I can't remember now. I know they beat Boston twice,
I
and
think
they
they won
played.
4 in a row.
I think they won, but beat Boston. Let me see here.
I might be
Edmonton's
wrong on that. I
championships.
was saying that they won 4 straight.
Let me look at the Stanley Cups.
Stanley.
Stanley Cup champs. Champs. I
Okay,
need to spell it right.
I gotta say this. We're no one from the comic book community likes sports.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I'm loving talking sports. I never get to talk sports with anybody. I'm having an absolute blast, and everybody's like,
Oh
they're
yeah.
not taking comics.
Yeah, but comics are cool. But either way, but yeah, I actually have a Gretzky comic.
I remember when those come out. I saw one not too long ago, and I was gonna pick it up. They were asking like $20 for it. I'm like, that's too much for that.
Oh yeah, I think I got mine for real cheap. It was on the eBay page from mycomicshop.com, and I ended up picking up something.
Because I remember they
I may
had,
get it graded.
I think they had a Nolan Ryan, a Cal Ripken, a Mickey Mantle, Babe Ruth.
Yeah, they had a bunch of those. Yeah.
I've got a Metallica comic book. I thought about getting graded because I do love my Metallica, but it's not worth getting graded.
Yeah, let me see here. It's giving me all the years. I got to go way back. Oh, I'm on too far back. I'm all the way back in the 76 here where the Montreal Canadiens went crazy. Okay, 80, 81, 82, and 83 were the
Islanders.
The Islanders then lost to the beat the Oilers in 83, lost to the Oilers in 84.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Oilers won in 85. Montreal won in 86 against the Flames.
There you go.
Flyers came in 87 and got beat. That was the year that they got beat with Mike Keenan as their head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Because Mike Keenan ended up leaving them to go to the Blackhawks after that. And then Edmonton won in 88. Gretzky gets traded. 89, the Flames beat Calgary, or Calgary beats the Canadians again. They come back and beat the Canadians. And then the Oilers end their career beating the Bruins in 1990. Because they beat them in 88 and they beat them in. And Mark Messier's career ended shortly after that.
Wait. Edmonton won without Gretzky?
Yeah, they won in 1990.
Okay.
They won in 1990. They won a championship against Bruins again. They beat the Bruins a second time, 2 years after the Bruins. Yeah, because they traded away that, made another run at it, and then I think 91 or 92 they end up trading away Messier.
Yeah,
to the Rangers.
Did get that one championship with the Rangers.
Yeah, and then you had the back-to-back championships. You had the back-to-back championships where the coach for Pittsburgh died in 91.
Mm-hmm.
Johnson, was it Bill Johnson?
I didn't remember Messier getting one with Edmonton without Gretzky. I did not remember that.
He got it. If I forget the team, I forget who was on the team. I'd have to look here.
I'm sure it was him and Curry, and that was probably Grant Fuhrer.
Yeah. No, I think that might have been Andy Moog at the time. One of them was Moog. I can't remember who.
I remember Moog mostly with. Was it Calgary?
Might have been. Let me see here.
No, it wasn't Calgary. Oilers, it was a dark jersey and it had like a circular logo on the front. I can't remember that.
There it is. Okay, here we go. 89-90 roster. I don't want the Houston Oilers.
Well, Warren Moon,
he played for. He played even in Canada before he came here, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That was.
What's his name? Okay. Joe Theismann played in Canada for a few years.
Yeah. Okay. That was you were okay. Glenn Anderson was still playing at that time. Jeff Bukaboom, who ended up winning one with the Rangers.
That was always a great name.
Yeah, I always loved him. Yeah. Grant Fuhrer, yes, Grant Fuhrer was still on the team.
Yeah.
Adam Graves was still on the team.
Oh, Adam Graves. That's a name I haven't remembered for a long time.
Yeah, I think he ended up winning one with the Rangers too. Let me see here. Peter Kilma. He was one of those one of those foreign guys. Yama Curry was there. Curry was still there.
Yep.
Let me see.
Did Curry go over to the Rangers also?
No, I think he ended up going to the.
Did he go to the Kings?
No, yeah, he went to the Kings. He played with them with the Kings. He played him with the Kings, but I don't think he amounted to. I don't think he played after that. Craig McTavish was still there. Kevin Lowe was still there. Bill Ranford was the other goalie.
No recollection of him.
Yeah, Craig Simpson was there.
Nope.
Steve Smith was still there. Which is funny about him is he's not even American. He's like British or something. Esa Tikkanen was there.
Oh, I always liked him.
Yeah. And that was okay. Now let me see here. Scoring. That was when Messier had 129 points that year.
What did Gretzky get in that one year? It was 200 and something.
Oh, he got 200 and something points that year. And the funniest line was that I heard the other day. They were talking about it, and it was Mike Bossy. Mike Bossy was talking about it, and he said, "Yep, I was 71 points behind him." He came in second, and he had 171 less points, and he still lost.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah. And Gretzky wanted to get the 300 points or something like that. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to get the 300 points. He's like, nobody's ever done it. I wanted to try it. He
Golly.
just thought it was crazy. Yeah.
I mean, it's just insane how good he was back then.
Oh yeah. And really your first real, and like you think about defensemen and everything, that without Bobby Orr you wouldn't have had no good defenseman wouldn't have been scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Orr showed him that you can be a defenseman and you can score goals along with it. And
Yep.
Bobby Orr had a lot of issues going on with Boston, and went to the Blackhawks and played not even a full season in 4 years. I think all his games combined, he barely played 4 full years
I did not know
at the
that.
end of his career. Yeah, he played 4 years with the Blackhawks and did nothing.
See, when I think of
That was
Blackhawks, the
around the
first
time.
thing that comes to mind for me is Jeremy Roenick.
Oh, okay, not Bobby Hall. No
'Cause
Bobby Hall
I
there.
just don't remember him. I just remember when I really got into hockey back in the 80s and the 90s. I mean, Roenick
Oh
was
yeah,
huge.
probably by the time you got around to it, Bobby Hall had gone to the defunct WHAL or
Mm-hmm.
WHA, the World Hockey Association,
I mean, I
and
think
that
he was retired
defunct.
by the time I come around to it.
Yeah, he had just retired, I think. He went there, and then at the end of his career, he got in an argument over contract dispute, and they thought by grabbing all these players that they would be great. They didn't realize that they weren't getting the players, you know.
Mm-hmm.
They were getting all these old farts that were like guys that were like, it was sort of like that defunct UFL, the United States Football League,
Mm-hmm.
that didn't amount to anything. That's what these guys were doing. But yeah, but
Well,
you
they
got four
got
teams out of it.
I mean, the USFL. To be fair, they did get have Reggie White, Herschel Walker, Steve Young, Jim Kelly,
Yeah,
all before they played in the NFL.
and they had Doug Flutie.
Definitely.
I
Chris
think Doug
Carter.
Flutie played. Yeah,
I mean, they had a lot of great players. I think it's one of those things that if they had more time, that league could have been something. Just
oh
like
yeah,
the
because
XFL, that was just a bad idea.
yeah,
But a
oh
lot of
yeah,
the stuff
and
that
then
was
trying
in
to
the XFL was some good rule,
yeah,
some good things that the
oh yeah,
NFL actually took advantage of.
oh yeah, and who remembers Steve Young playing for Tampa Bay?
I remember the rookie card.
Yeah, I saw that rookie card one time. I was like, did he actually play for them, or was that before? Or did he just not? Or did
I
he
think
sign with the other team? Or did he
I
go
know he
straight to
backed
the
up.
UFL?
He was with the 49ers, but I think he
Yeah, he
played some with them.
championship. That was the thing I heard. He won one championship with the 49ers.
Well, he won one quarterbacking, and I'm pretty sure he was backing up Montana when he got one.
Yeah, Montana ended up getting
Yeah,
injured, and they just sent him packing.
he went
Said, "Can you
to
go?"
Kansas City. Um,
Yeah, that's
what's
where
his
his
name?
Joe Montana football game came out.
Marcus Allen. He played for that
Oh
same
yeah.
Kansas City team.
Oh, the guy that just got released from the Redskins was with Kansas City at one time. That guy that used
The
to be the
quarterback.
49ers quarterback. Yeah, the
Alex
guy that
Smith.
Alex
Yeah.
Smith. Yeah, he was with Kansas City before
Yep. He was
they
there
traded him.
when Mahomes first got there.
Yeah, and they did him away, and he ended up getting hurt, and then he got hurt again
Gosh,
this
I
year.
mean I remember when he broke his leg. I didn't think that much of it, but they said they almost had to amputate his
Yeah.
leg. I was like,
Oh
great
yeah,
day.
it's like that guy. What was that tight end? The tight end that just had something happen to him. That was playing for the Bears. Oh,
That I don't know.
yeah, the guy that got hurt in New Orleans, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think he ended
Well,
up
if it
getting
was
hurt in
this
New
year,
Orleans
I
or
didn't
something.
watch very much up until about the last
No,
2
it
weeks of
wasn't there.
the
It was a couple years ago because I think they ended up having to amputate his leg, I think,
Oh gosh.
or something like that. Something to that effect. He was hurting. Yeah, he wasn't all that great, but yeah, I mean, it's like if you really think about it, yeah, Grant Fuhrer played for a bunch of teams.
I remember Teddy Bridgewater when he was a quarterback in Minnesota.
Wasn't
It's
wasn't that
just
preseason
yeah, it was I think it was just practice.
or practice?
And
Yeah, it
he,
was practice during the
and he
preseason,
was
I
just
think,
like
or before the
running
season
out to the
started.
side and threw a ball and just landed and his leg just went.
They think that they were wondering if he had a shoulder injury this year. That's why he played so poorly. But they don't think he's, according to the radio and then the analyst or whatever, the analysts
Mm-hmm.
say that he's not a starting quarterback, that he's more of a backup quarterback who could come in and breathe
Yeah.
your quarterback if you need him to, or if your quarterback gets hurt, he's good for a few games. But other than
Mm-hmm.
that, he's not good for a full season. He calls him
When
Teddy Two Gloves.
when he came in with Minnesota, I was like, this guy, he's going to be really, really good. And then that leg injury,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that
that's
was
what I
it for
think what turned him out. But they went and got Mr. 10-6. Minnesota did.
me. Yes, Kirk Cousins.
I keep telling that to my buddy all the time. Like, if you want a guy that can win, you can take your team to 10-6. Kirk Cousins, your man. If you want to go any higher, don't go get Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins.
Because all three of their quarterbacks that year, all three of their quarterbacks, they got rid of all three of their guys that year. And Trevor Siemian was the worst one of them all.
Gosh, I remember he got drafted by Denver. He was supposed to be the heir apparent. Was it the Peyton or was it before Peyton Manning got there?
Might have been before Peyton.
Yeah, because I think he was
Might have been
when he's supposed to come in after Elway, maybe.
Cutler. Yeah, because there's Cutler in there at some point.
Yeah.
And they wanted him gone. I heard that. And Cutler's I've heard he's the worst teammate of all time.
Well, what's that wide receiver? Oh, gosh.
Which one? T.O.?
No, he was with Denver, and then he went to Chicago just so he could be with Cutler.
Oh, Brandon Marshall.
Yeah, he said he loves the guy.
Yeah, and he ended up in Miami too. Yeah. I think he ended up in Miami. Brandon Marshall did at one point, or that's where they got him from. I think that's where they traded him from.
Talking about having Cutler being an analyst, like the dude is boring.
I know he was even boring on his wife, his now ex-wife, reality show. My wife's watching it, and she's like,
"I didn't know he
"Who's
had a
this guy?
show.
This guy played cool." Yeah, she had a reality show that she runs, some kind of boutique or something, and it was just basically her. And she goes, "Yeah, her husband used to play football for somebody, and his name's like Cutler or something." And I go, "You mean the guy from the Bears?" And she goes, "Okay." And I go, "Yeah, he's the most boringest person ever. Nobody on the team." And she goes, "Yeah, he's like boring as piss on the show."
I'm like, I will say this: if he played poker, he'd be really good because he never smiled and he never frowned. He just kind of just was there.
Yeah, and then he ended up taking, because that's what he was supposed to be, was an announcer. And then when Miami called him for that 1 year and said $10 million, okay, I'll take it.
Can't blame him.
Went down there. Yeah, and then they have Tua down there now. I heard they're casing Tua to be traded. That was the whole deal.
Halfway through the season, after he played a couple games, one of the guys I know, he was like, Tua's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Tua's the greatest. And and then as soon as the season ended, and he's like, man, I can't wait for them to trade him. He just said he was going to the Hall of Fame. Now
I remember your buddy the Johnson show
Yeah,
was
Chad.
saying that.
Yeah, Chad.
Chad was talking about how great he was, and I was like, man, I
I was
understood, but I understood why they got Tua. They even said that the reason why Tua played was because they were casing him to trade him to get something better.
Mhm.
Because
I
they
would
took
say
him
this.
as
I think, like with rookies at quarterback, well, any position really, I think you can't just say from season one. I think you give them, to me, 2 to 3 seasons, then you know for
oh yeah.
sure. And honestly, I think he's a smart kid. I think he's got mobility. I think he's got a good arm. I think there's a lot of potential there.
Yeah.
But
I think if they're smart, they would trade him to a team that's going to be decent around him that he could actually that wants to win. Because I don't think Miami has the idea of wanting to win when they've been trying so long.
They should have kept the other guy quarterback in the whole season and let Tua learn for a whole year.
Yeah, that would have been the way to do it. Because look at the guy in against Aaron playing with Aaron Rodgers, Love. He's going to end up being the starting quarterback eventually. If it's not, and everybody keeps saying, "Oh, they're not going to get rid of Rodgers." What did Rodgers do? They got rid of Brett Favre to bring in Rodgers.
Yep.
Even though Rodgers may have not been at the time not been ready, but Brett Favre still had 2 more years left in him. He ended up playing three more, but he had at least 2 I knew of that was going to be that at least maybe 1 more if he stayed with Green Bay. He would play 1 more, retire, and leave. They wanted him out. That's what they do with all quarterbacks. They're willing to get rid of you. They're going to get rid of you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one thing about football. I hate the contracts. You can give them $10 million and then cut them and they don't get anything. Like, really?
Yeah. That's like, and I don't get the dead hit. What is that? That dead cap hit? That we get rid of Rodgers now, we get hit with a dead cap hit of this. If we get rid of him the year after, it's a lot less. But if we get rid of him at the 3rd year, we really don't lose that much. In the 4th year, and it's like they did that when they got rid of Cam Newton. They got hit with that dead cap hit, which I never heard before. I never heard that rule before.
Yep.
You know what is? I never heard that before until this past year, and I'm like,
that's the first time I've ever heard of it. Like March 1st or something when that they have to make up their mind because
something
that's
like
when
that,
they say the new season officially begins or something like that.
Yeah. And I heard
if
this year,
if they're considered on your roster after this day, you're stuck with the payment. Like, gosh.
Oh yeah. And I heard this year the cap is going down because of COVID last year. They're taking a step backwards, so you're going to get less of a cap this year. Your cap's not going to go up like in years past. It's going to go down and be between whatever this year's was and last year's was. Be somewhere between there, and then go up to the next step after that, I guess, and then maybe go up in 2022. So they're going to be working with less money now. That's why I don't think they're going to trade a lot. But I heard is that Watson wants to play for the Jets or play for the Dolphins.
I can't imagine anyone wanting to play for the Jets.
I don't know why you'd want to play for the Jets. The Jets, my buddy's is a Jets fan, and he was always hated the Jets because they were like, he said they were like stupid when they paid Neil O'Donnell all that money after going to the Super Bowl and losing, paid him for 2 years to do nothing.
When
he the highest paid quarterback.
When he played to Pittsburgh and when against Dallas and he just kept throwing interceptions.
Oh yes.
He's like,
and I think that was when he made.
It doesn't matter what jersey he's wearing.
I think that was the same year that Larry Brown ended up winning the MVP and then went to Denver and went to the Raiders and did nothing.
Yep.
He got a payday with the Raiders.
He got 2 interceptions and I think he ran one of them back for a touchdown.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Something like that. And he became MVP. And then I was like watching this thing about contracts, people who got paid tons of money. and it was on the NFL Network or something about the top 10 worst free agent busts or something. And he was one of them. The other one was Andre Rison to the Browns.
Yep, I remember that. Well, I
And
mean,
there was a few. Neil O'Donnell was one of them.
I remember his Andre Rison, his girlfriend burned down his house.
Oh yeah, and she was with the TLC
What's her
music
name? Left
group.
Eye?
Yeah,
From
yeah.
TLC.
She's no longer with us, but
Yeah, she passed away. I was like, gosh, burned down the
yeah,
man.
she burned it down. Yeah, burned it down
I
or
think
something
she
like
said
that.
she put like something flammable in the bathtub, not thinking it would
Oh yeah, she put his clothes or something. She was burning his clothes or something in the bathtub, and the tub was made of some flammable material, something that was flammable, I guess, and it started on fire and it
I guess
burned
you
down
thought it was
his
like
house.
old school, like the old iron, like cast iron bathtub.
Yeah. I was like, you got to be kidding me. You're burning down. But, he deserved it, I guess, because he still owes that. I don't know if he ever paid that woman in Detroit the $100 and something thousand he owes.
Yeah, dang.
Oh,
Man.
yeah. Yeah, so I wondered about that, Like, yeah, he owed him a bunch of money up there. So, yeah, for that. And I know Darrell Revis, I know, has like 7 kids. I think it's what I heard with different
I
women.
remember in basketball, I remember Sean Kemp.
Yeah.
It's like I think he had a kid in every city.
What really got me was I was reading an article one day. It was years ago, but I was reading this article and they were talking about Derek Coleman. And I was reading the article there and it said Derek Coleman was like bankrupt and he made 84 million in his career.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow he ended up squandering all 84 million and was bankrupt at some point. He was bankrupt. The guy that used to play for Kentucky, that Antoine Walker.
Yep.
I heard he went bankrupt at some point and ended up still had to play just to make money.
Yep.
In that I think he played. I think at that time before he went bankrupt, he was with Miami. I think he was on the Miami championship with Shaq.
Yep.
I think that time, but yeah, he had to like take career change in
on
jobs.
that ESPN 30 for 30.
Yeah.
I think it was what was it called? Broken?
Something like that, yeah.
I was like,
I was surprised about that.
It's like they make so much money.
It's like that hockey player, that guy that used to play for Buffalo, Evander Kane, who was talking about on Instagram about how much money, or was it Instagram or Twitter or something? He was showing off that he had all this money, and next thing you know, he had like no money. He's like bankrupt now, and he's playing for. I think he's playing for. I think he's still playing for the. San Jose. I think he's still playing for San Jose. I think.
Okay, I can't think of San Jose without thinking of Paul Correa.
Yeah.
That guy was so good. And
only guy I remember is Joe Thornton. Yeah.
That's right. Thornton was Thornton with them?
Yeah, Joe Thornton was back in that day. Yeah, Joe Thornton
I
played.
remember Thornton with Boston when he first got.
Yeah, he was traded from Boston to there. Yeah, he left before they won their championship.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's now playing for Toronto.
Thornton is still playing?
Yeah, he's playing with Toronto this year. It's like his 20-something year or something. Yeah.
I had no idea.
And the guy that used to play defense for him, Chara, for Boston, he's playing with Montreal this year.
Golly.
He left after 20-something years, and he's like 6'6", I think, or something like that, or 6'10". He's like the tallest player in the league, I think.
Did Yager finally officially retire? Because last I heard, he left.
Yager,
he was playing in Russia somewhere.
He's playing for the team he owns. He owns the team that he plays for now, out in Russia somewhere.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
I heard. I was like, golly. See, didn't he play last year? Or year before last?
Yeah, a year before, I think. I don't think last year he played in
Yeah.
He played in Russia, I think, for his team.
Yeah.
Or if they even had a league, I don't even remember. But he's been playing for him forever. Just like I've been watching the countdown to Gretzky's record to be broken by Ovechkin.
What
So
what which what goals?
goals scored, yes, he is going to
Mm-hmm.
break the record. And if he signs, because he's a free agent at the end of this year,
Mm-hmm.
contract extension, he only needs, I believe, he's only like 35 or something like that now. So
Wow.
if 4 more years and he scores the same amount of goals for a certain amount of years, depending on how many
Mhm.
goals he ends up with this year, he could end up breaking Gretzky in maybe in almost 4 years. Four
I
more
had
years,
no
and he could
idea
break Gretzky's.
I had no idea he
He
was
could
even
get
close.
900. Yeah, he's at 706, 707. He just passed somebody. Maybe higher than that, but he just passed somebody. Mike, I think he just passed. Oh, was it Mike Gardner he's going to pass next? I
Let me
think the only
see.
people left on the list, there's only like 4 guys left on the list or something before him. I
Okay,
think. I
on
think he
this
just
list I'm
passed.
looking at,
Yeah.
it's got Ovi at in seventh place
Okay.
with 711. He just passed
Okay.
Gardner.
Okay. That was who he
He's
passed.
got
Yeah.
Esposito. He was one behind. Dion is at 731. Right now, Ovi's at 711.
Yeah. So if he passes the next guy, he could
He's
move in there because,
he's getting a slushy at 711 right now.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He
Then
could
Brett
pass
Hull.
the record.
He's got Brett Hull, Yager, Gordie Howe, and Gretzky.
Yeah. And Gretzky, he could make 900 goals if he really wanted to. If he wanted to keep, if he wanted to keep going,
Yeah.
Ovechkin, he could make 900 goals. And basically, the next closest player, I don't even think is anywhere close to him. And that would have to be like McDavid,
The,
Draisaitl,
the
those
next one
guys.
that's still active
Yeah.
is Patrick Marleau.
And he's
He's
almost
in
ready to retire.
yeah, he's in
Yeah,
25th.
Marleau.
He's got 562.
Yeah, and Marleau's about ready to retire anyway because I think
I was
he's
like,
been
that's
around
the next
forever.
active. That's crazy.
Yeah, because he's been around forever, Marleau.
Yeah.
And the younger guys, I don't think because I remember I have a video that Gretzky did they called the next ones.
Mm-hmm.
I got it on DVD. I don't think I have it on DVD. I have it on VHS. And it's called the next ones, and it was basically great about all the. I think it was after he retired, or maybe while he was still playing. But he had talked about all the next greatest players coming into the league and what they were going to be. And one of them was the guy was Paul Correa from the Mighty Ducks,
Yes.
and he was one of them. But he kept having too many injuries and other
Anaheim.
problems
That's
that
right.
kept him out. They talked about Teemu Selanne was one of them, but I think he had a couple years where he had towards the end of his career he had contract disputes or something like that.
Mm-hmm. What's up there?
They were just all terrible, you know what I mean? Like he
Mm-hmm.
had because he sat out for like part of the year and then come back on a
Oh, Korea?
contract thing.
Yeah, I
No,
mean Korea. He had, I was like
Solani
Korea. He
did.
had some concussion issues.
Yeah, same thing with Pat LaFontaine. He
I
retired
love Pat
early because
LaFontaine with all the Sabres.
yeah, yeah, he retired early because he had a lot of injuries, a lot of head injuries.
Mm-hmm.
He was with the Rangers for a little bit and with the Islanders and with Buffalo. And I think he played for somebody else, but he ended up having those head injuries that kept out of actually having a longevity. Same thing with I think that's what Lindros had was
I was about
concussions.
to say the player that made a lot of people start collecting hockey cards in the 90s, right around 90, was
Yeah.
Lindros. I mean,
And I
so
actually
many
have a
people.
baseball I have a baseball card with him on it.
Oh, he took batting practice with, was it Toronto?
I think so.
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a
But
card with him doing that, and I got another one with Danny Ainge playing for Toronto.
yep, he actually played for a while for
Yeah, he
the Blue
played
Jays.
3 years of like
Mm-hmm.
that, but I don't know if he got. I don't know what it. I think it was when he was in college. I think he played in
I
the
mean,
off season or
he was
something.
drafted and actually he made it to the majors. You got to give
Yeah.
him props for that.
Oh yeah,
And
because he was. And then he played. I don't know how many different basketball teams he played for, but I saw his card. I was like, he goes here, 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 up here for
yeah,
a couple games, for a couple
yeah.
years, up here for a little bit. I'm like, oh crap, he played for
Yeah,
the Kings.
everybody remembers
Didn't know
him for
that.
the Celtics, but he's a really good GM. Yeah, give him
Yeah,
props on
that's
that.
what I remember. I remember Celtics, and I remember when the Bulls beat him with Phoenix.
Yep.
Those are the only two teams out of all the teams that he played for that I knew he played for. I didn't know he played for anybody else because I remember him winning those 1 or 2 championships with the Celtics.
Mm-hmm. Back in the '80s, of him, Bird, Dennis
McHale,
Johnson, McHale, Robert Parrish.
yeah. Oh,
There's some,
Cornbread
yeah,
Maxwell.
Maxwell. Oh, there's boxing on, and some dude is knocked completely out. He's just laying on
That's
his back.
crazy. Me and my
I have
buddy were
no idea who
watching
this is.
something. Yeah, we were watching years ago. We were watching a boxing tournament. It was, I don't even know who was boxing. I think it was on like, who used to run boxing? Showtime or HBO or something?
Showtime used to have it.
Yeah, it was Showtime, I think. And this was back
Mm-hmm.
in the this was probably like 99, 98, 99, somewhere around there. And this
Mm-hmm.
guy literally chasing this guy around the ring, get hit. And this was like the undercard, the fight before the main fight.
Yeah.
One of those kind of deals. And the guy was like chasing this guy around the ring at this guy, trying to hit this guy. And this guy's just running around the ring like he didn't want to get hit. I was like, this isn't like run around the ring and see who doesn't get hit. Punch them. Punch somebody.
That's hilarious. I will say
Yeah.
that back in the '80s, or it was late '80s when Mike Tyson was first coming up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was insane. Just the power he possessed was.
Oh, yeah.
He had that
He
one touch power.
Oh, yeah. He reminded me of like, remember in Rocky 3, Mr. T?
Yep.
That's what he reminded me of. One of those kind of guys that just raw power, just go up there and just beat the guy to death.
Mm-hmm.
But they said the reason, I've heard the reason that when Tyson came back, I guess his management gave him like all those wimpy dudes to fight. The guy that got the Pizza Hut commercial because he was knocked out like in like so many seconds. He got knocked out and he was doing what was it, stuffed crust pizza commercial for him or
Yep.
something. The white guy and a couple other guys that they were basically just trying to keep him. It wasn't like they were giving him anybody to fight, anybody like really good to fight, because they didn't know if he was going to be that great to come back and fight. After being out for 3 years, they were like, but what can he do? Train for 3 years, he's sitting in prison.
Yeah, I mean they try to give him a few guys and then get him ready for a title shot. And it's never
Yeah,
worked.
I remember when Buster Douglas beat him because he got a Sega game out of it.
Yeah. And the biggest loser in that was Evander Holyfield.
Oh yeah.
Because
Holyfield had a
Evander,
video.
he was going to get a huge paycheck to fight Tyson after he beat Buster Douglas.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen.
No. And I feel bad for Holyfield. Holyfield went bankrupt at one point too.
Well, it was really, he was always like the good guy, and he ended up having like kids by a bunch of different people too. God.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was and I always found it funny when George Foreman would come out and go, "This is my kid George." He always had a kid named George. I remember when he had a talk show.
Like he has 6 kids named George. And I think
something like that. Yeah,
I think he had a daughter named Georgia.
Something like that. Yeah, it was like I couldn't believe it because he ended up having all these kids, but he ended up having a TV show too.
Yep.
They gave him a TV show in the 90s. I watched it for a little bit. I don't think it lasted more than a season.
And I still got my my grill over there too, the Foreman grill. I still got that.
Yeah. Yeah, he made a fortune off of that. He did more off of
Mm-hmm.
that than he did anything else. But I know
All
Tyson's
right.
trying to bring back the old guys, boxers, you know.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do you know who they offered that grill to before George Foreman?
No, who?
Hulk Hogan. I heard that. I heard that a couple months ago. I'm like, could you imagine the Hulk Hogan grill?
Yeah,
It'd be like yellow and red.
yeah. This is the Hulkster grill, the Hollywood grill, the Hollywood Hogan grill, Mr. America.
We're gonna put the leg drop on the fat. I heard that. I was
That's
like, I
crazy.
cannot envision that being anything but the Foreman grill.
I know. That's what I can't believe that they would actually offer it to Hogan, which Hogan. All I remember is that silly TV show he did, Thunder in Paradise,
Yep.
and it would air right before. Was it Thursday Night Thunder? I think it was before Thursday Night Thunder. It would
Mm-hmm.
air on TBS. It would air on there, and they would run it. And I was kidding me, Hogan. You know, because I used to watch wrestling for a while there, but really got out of it. I would say WCW. I watched it from like '90 till they shut down. You know, and then
Yeah.
and then WWE. I only watched it from '85 to about 2005. And then by that time, all the wrestlers were retiring, like Stone Cold, and The Rock was doing more movies and all this stuff. So all these guys were basically part-timers or disappearing and not doing anything.
Yeah. I mean,
And that now eight.
when I was little, my grandfather watched it, so we kind of grew up watching wrestling, and so I've always been a fan. Even though it is tough to sit through an episode now. It is hard. It's so bad.
Yeah, they said it's like, what did I hear somewhere? Oh, it was USA. USA told them that they needed to go back to doing what they were doing back in the Attitude Era.
Yeah.
Give us more of that kind of stuff than this stuff they're doing now, because they said the ratings are so far down over the last 3 or 4 years that they've said that they're almost to the point where the rumor is that the WWE network is probably going to go away. I heard
they sold it.
I don't know if that. Oh, they did, because NBC's taken. I heard it's going to go to Peacock. That new.
Yeah. I don't think it's a full sell. I think what they said is they will have rights to it for something like the next 5 years or something like that.
Yeah.
And I was
so
like,
they sold the right.
Hey.
Yeah, because I know he was losing money at one point, like after like so many months after starting it, he lost like half his. I think he went down. I think he lost like a bunch of fortune, so many millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Between the XFL shutting down and the new network not doing real well to start off with. And that, because I know the same thing.
They messed up with the network is they were charging $9.99 and then giving away all their pay-per-views.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a ton of money they lost every month.
Yeah, because he started Mr. Pay-Per-View.
Yeah.
It was 85. Wasn't that the first one? First WrestleMania?
That might have been the first WrestleMania, but they had that might be the first one called a pay-per-view, because before that
it wasn't the W.
Well, what was it called then? It was before they called it WCW, Mid-Atlantic Championship, NWA.
Yeah, something like that. NWA is the whole thing. But it was
what's it called?
National Wrestling Association.
Yeah, they would have it where
it was the
you could go to
the Jim Crockett Promotions. Jim Crockett Promotions.
Yeah, Jim Crockett. Yeah. They had like the Flair for the Gold. What was it? Starcade, the first Starcade.
Yeah.
Where you could go to like an arena somewhere or like a movie theater, and they'd be showing it live as it happened.
Yeah. And they said that they would get like Flair would come up to Jim Crockett Promotions, like they would like rent him out from like the like WWE or something, would rent out some of their bigger stars to these lower promotions to let use them for like a thing. I actually watched somewhere. I watched a clip somewhere on YouTube. I don't know where I found it, but it was the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Association or something like that.
That was
And it had
Tennessee.
Jim Cornette was there with who was the wrestler that was there? I think it was Flair and somebody else. It was like the guy, one of the guys that I think just died from the Rock and Roll Express. Not too long ago. I think
it was
was
Ricky Morton, Robert Gibson from the Rock and Roll Express. I didn't hear either one of them.
No, maybe it was the other guy. Maybe it was the other guy. I can't remember. It was one of those guys at some point. You know, because they have so many guys that change tag teams or whatever. But it was one of the guys that died a couple years ago or whatever, and it was something to do with Flair. I think he was fighting Flair or something like that. Had a big Flair.
And it might be Harley Race.
That's who it was. I think it was Harley who died, I think. Yeah. I think it was both of them were on there, and they were like talking back and forth, and I was like, look at that. I'm like, I don't remember this, you know? I don't remember this, you know? And I'm like, okay.
Yeah. Another big thing that's really messed up wrestling is Vince. He doesn't let the performers just kind of do their own talking. They actually write scripts out that they have to really read the script. It's not like the Stone Cold when he came up with the Austin 316. It wasn't scripted. He heard that Jake the Snake was talking about something biblical, and that's when Stone Cold come up with the Austin 316. Said, I just whipped your ass. And that's where the Austin 316 come from. It's because he thought of it on his own. It wasn't written down and said, here, do this. And
that's why I wondered about it. Yeah.
They just don't let the performers do their own thing. Xavier Woods, he has a YouTube channel called Up, Up, Down, Down. Fun channel to watch. And they have a belt, and you know, when they're playing video games, and the winner will get the belt. But they cut promos on each other. They're great. They're not scripted. It's like if Vince let these guys talk, let them be themselves, it could be so much better.
It's like now I see that. Yeah, now I see like Sting is now with AEW, which I thought he retired because of his what was it, neck injury and back injuries.
Neck, like upper neck and back injury.
Yeah, and I thought that's why he retired completely, and now it's like he's back, but he's not really. And I always felt the thing with Bret Hart, the whole thing with the Bret Hart situation where he like, you know, I'm going to WCW and I'm going to do something, and it's like you did nothing for 3 years, got paid $21 million.
Okay, here's the thing, not his fault. Here's why
WCW didn't do nothing for him.
I mean, he was allowed to go wrestle like the next day. They didn't give him anything for like a month. And then they gave him garbage. And then his brother also died.
Yeah.
So I'm sure at that point he was like, I don't even want to be here.
And now he doesn't. And I heard, because the last time I had heard, this was years ago, but he had a stroke.
Yeah.
And
hey, great man. What's up?
That he didn't, that he ended up having the stroke and wasn't the same person since.
Yeah. Well, he's gotten over that mostly. I mean, he's definitely not the same as he was, 25 years ago. But
who was the other guy that was missing? It was one of the Hardy Boys. Is actually on AEW. Matt Hardy. Yeah, wasn't he the one that they were doing that? Wasn't he the one with that whole promo, or was that Jeff with the broken wrestler promo?
Matt is the one that came up with the broken thing, and Jeff, they started calling him Brother Nero.
Yeah, but because I remember they doing it in yeah, because I remember them doing it in the other organization, the one that's TNA.
TNA. It was TNA
Yeah,
back
they started
then.
doing. Yeah, they started doing it in TNA, and then they went.
Yeah.
And then they went basically TNA. TNA is basically fallen off the map.
Well, they're now Impact Wrestling, and now AEW is doing a lot of work with them.
Yeah,
And now they're coming back.
yeah.
And
They need that.
they're starting to go up now.
So who bought? So did Jeff Jarrett and his brother sell out to somebody else?
Yeah, I can't remember. It's like Anthem Entertainment or something like that.
Okay,
They ended up buying Access TV, the channel Access TV.
Yeah.
And so now they have their weekly show on Tuesday nights.
Oh, okay. That's why I wonder what
they're-
happened to Spike TV at one point,
Yeah.
which is not
And now
Paramount now, but
they went to some other channel that no one had for a while. Some like outdoor channel or something.
oh, okay. Because I know they were just downhill from there. I know.
Yeah.
They went
They had a
downhill
lot of
from
great
there.
wrestlers back then too.
Yeah,
Like
AJ Styles went over to WWE.
Yep, he's still with them.
What's that other guy? Sabu? Was it Sabu that went over
Oh
there?
yeah, Sabu.
Yeah.
I hope he's finally retired. The stuff that he did with ECW, gosh.
Oh yeah.
That's a crazy.
Yeah, because I know they brought back. Who was the one that was coming back? I heard something about they were trying to make a comeback. Rob Van Dam, I heard, was trying to make a comeback at one point, but I think that flared out.
I don't think he ever really quit. He was just going to WWE decided to get rid of him because he was smoking pot all the time.
Yeah. Took away his merchandise. Something to do with something else he said. There was something else he was mad about. Something about merchandising or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
There was something about that they don't have any merch for him or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I know one of the guys on the Comic Core channel, Chris Barrett, was complaining the other day, not finding any Gold Dust memorabilia on the WWE channel merch page.
Yeah.
That they own it, but they don't have any. It's always somebody told them it was sold out. Most of it's sold out all the time.
Well, I mean,
I remember when he went. Yeah, so that's probably why they're not gonna. They're gonna own it, but they're not gonna promote it. It's like when they. Who was it? Who was it that they had? The Young Bucks.
Yeah.
The Young Bucks. That people wear their shirts into their arenas, into WWE arenas. They were telling people to cover.
Okay.
Yeah, they were like telling.
Thorough said AEW is legit. I do not like AEW at all. I've tried to watch it. I cannot get into it.
Is it better than like Is it like worse than New Japan Wrestling? Because I've seen some of that.
I think New Japan's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
but they lost a lot of their guys to AEW.
Okay. Because I'm surprised that Jericho still wrestles when he should just stick to Fozzy.
He's a great promo guy. He can talk. He's not as good as he once was in the ring, but man, he's a great talker.
Yeah, because I remember when he came over to WWE, and they had that whole thing where they had the countdown to him showing up, and he was telling The Rock how great he was.
You're going to come out here and interrupt The Rock's promo. Who are you? It doesn't matter who you are. Oh, The Rock was the best fire back then.
Oh yeah, I know The Rock's got his own TV show now. He's got like the Young Rock or something.
Yeah, he owns the XFL too. He bought the XFL.
Huh. I didn't know he bought that.
Yeah, he bought the XFL.
So the XFL that wasn't going to happen. That didn't happen last year because they were supposed to have.
It had 1 year. It came back, had 1 year, and then when COVID hit, the season did not end. They stopped it after that.
Okay, because I know the other league folded. The one that the Hurricane owner bought. The guy from the Hurricanes bought it.
Was it the American Football League or something?
Yeah, it was the American Football League or something like that. And the guy who was winning, actually, the team that was actually that was actually the team that probably ended up winning it all was the one run by Spurrier. Spurrier was coaching one of the teams.
Yeah, that was in the XFL.
He was coaching there too.
The American one never even started.
Yeah, it didn't even get off. I think it got cut halfway through the season. CBS had it. CBS didn't. Well, I thought that was them because that was the AFL. I thought because
I'm pretty sure that they never even started because when COVID hit, that's when the XFL stopped, like halfway through the season.
They were done before the XFL even got off the ground. They were done in 17 or 18, 19. No, 19. They started in 18, I think. And then they ended up getting bought by the Hurricane guy. And then he said for $250 million, he bought the team, bought the league, and then realized it wasn't worth putting more money into a sinking ship. Yeah. They only played like 4 games. They only played like 4 or 5 games because they had a team in Atlanta that was called like the Atlanta Legend.
Right there.
Yeah.
Atlanta can't keep anything.
No. And they were called the Atlanta Legend on top of it. I'm like, Legends of who? And they fired their coach before the season started. They ended up firing their coach, who was an ex-football player and quarterback coach.
You fire him before the season started.
Which was hilarious. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. My buddy's like, no, they fired the coach before the season started. I was like, that's why I don't like Atlanta anything. Atlanta doesn't understand how to run it.
The Mets, they hired Carlos Beltran to be the coach.
Yeah.
And then everything happened with Houston, and they fired him before he coached again.
Or like that other guy they just hired. What was that guy they just hired that they ended up firing, the GM?
Oh, did they fire the GM?
Yeah, it was the guy they replaced Brody Van Wagenen. Because Brody, what did Brody do for him? Nothing?
No.
Because I don't remember him doing anything.
No. Well,
he went back to being he's a manager. He's a agent again. He just signed with some team to be an agent.
Yeah.
Some new agent.
That's right.
Agent group or whatever.
Because the previous owners hired him, and then the new owners fired him. Yeah.
And then they brought back Sandy Alderson. I remember watching him. Then they hired the guy that they brought in. Something happened between the time he was with the Cubs and the time something about what he did when he was with the Cubs or something or other to do with female employees or something or whatever it was. He gets himself fired, and now they bring in this other guy in.
Okay.
Now they promote the other.
Goat99 Comics.
Yeah.
Okay, he posted a picture of a card of Lindros, and my response was that it was a rookie scoring leaders card, and my response was that Lindros kid has potential. Man, if he did not have that back injury and stuff.
Oh yeah. I remember when he was with
the record holder. In goals. He was so good.
Who was he with that I can't remember when I saw him play. It might have been, I remember seeing the game. Was it with my sister? I can't remember now. I think we went to the game, to the Hurricanes game here. And I think Lindros was playing. This might have been towards the end of his career when he was playing for either Toronto. Dallas. I think it was with Dallas. I think he was with Dallas at the time, at the end of his career. And that was basically after he had that dispute with, he had that dispute at first with Philly. I think it was a dispute with Philly where he ended up going to Toronto for like a year or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then somehow he played for the Rangers and Dallas at the time, but then he had all those back injuries and all that. That ruined his career. But he would have been a great player. The other guy that won a championship with the Rangers with the not the Rangers, but with the Hurricanes was Mark Ricci, his other partner.
Yep.
From the Legion of Doom.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, that team was so good. Tom Barrasso in goal.
Oh yeah.
Gosh,
He had a great team back then. They could have went somewhere.
I really wish I. Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, all right, they won back-to-back championships. I was a fan of them because
Twice.
that was the first time I really became a fan of a hockey team, and I loved watching Lindros and Yager. And Coca-Cola put out championship cans. It had the two titles on it. The back-to-back was it 91, 92, something like that.
Yeah.
And,
91 and 92. Yeah, they beat the Blackhawks.
I had it in my room. It was probably 7-8 years. It was sitting on a shelf in my room. I got home one day, and the can was on the living room table. It's like, what is that can doing there? And it was open. My mom decided we didn't have any soda, so she drank that. It was like,
that was the year that
years.
I know that was the year they beat the North Stars and the Blackhawks.
The North Stars.
And the Blackhawks were coached by Mike Keenan. Yep, who coached in 1987 the Flyers to lose to the Edmonton Oilers.
The oil. Okay, let me just say this. Hey, Gray Man. Oh, I'm not putting down. He says to each their own with wrestling. Look, I will say this. I love WWE, but it is a garbage product right now. So I'm not saying I like WWE now. I'm just saying I've given AEW a chance and it just didn't hit me. That's not putting down what those guys are doing, because you gotta give them props. They're out there doing a new thing.
Oh yeah.
And they are winning the ratings battles week after week. You gotta give them props. So it's not.
Yeah, they're doing.
So I just wanted to put that out there and say it's not a put down.
Yeah, because I don't get what WWE's doing with Fox FS1 or whatever. Because every time I turn around, they're always airing. They're always late at night. I'll turn on the TV like around like 10 o'clock or later. They'll always be rerunning one of their SmackDown shows at some point. I'm like, what?
Is it SmackDown? Yeah, that's
SmackDown's on Friday night.
Yeah,
SmackDown went downhill when they put them on. Yeah, because SmackDown was the worst thing. It was the worst product they had when they went to the so-called Sci-Fi channel.
Yep.
They put them on Sci-Fi, and that ruined the product pretty bad.
Well, the sad part is the best thing that they have that WWE has now is NXT. It's their quote minor league, and that's the best thing that they have. The SmackDown is the second best, and Raw it's nearly unwatchable. It's so bad.
Oh yeah, it almost reminds me of back in the gimmick. Yeah. They should just bring back the gimmicks.
Yeah, bring back the
I just rewatched. Yeah, or the Repo Man.
The Repo Man.
I was watching the '92 Royal Rumble, and I just
watched that a couple last week, I think.
Yeah, I saw it on YouTube, and I was like, somebody actually has the full version of that. So I watched the whole thing and watched Flair go from like whatever number he was, 3 or 5, using the top, and he ended up going from there to winning the whole thing because, and I was like, and they still call the guy. I was like, look at that, vicious. They called him Sid Justice back then.
Yep.
I was like, man, he's just terrible. He was even Hogan was. I was like, this guy's taller than Hogan. There's not very many people taller than Hogan.
You know why he never got a big push?
Why?
Because he likes softball better than wrestling. He like in the summer, there were times he was just like, I'm leaving, I'm going to play softball.
I remember when Sid Vicious was on the pay-per-view, and I don't know what happened, but they said he was trying to get up onto the in WCW, slipped, fell, and broke his leg.
Oh, that was
And they
one of
said
the,
you could actually see
that was awful. That was an awful
yeah, they
break.
said you could actually see the bone come out. I guess the bone
Yeah.
was sticking out or something.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh,
that was
good thing I
oh,
didn't see that.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, because that was
okay.
just terrible.
The best thing I ever saw Sid do, he was going to cut a promo and with Mean Gene Okerlund. And
Yeah.
Mean Gene he says what Mean Gene says, whatever he says to introduce him, sticks the microphone in his face. And he messes up the promo and then looks at Mean Gene and says,
Yeah.
let's do it over. Let's do it over. And Mean Gene goes, we're live there, bud. They were live and he butchered the promo. It was hilarious. One of the funniest things.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
that's
I
crazy. Yeah.
cracked up laughing. I was like, that is great.
Yeah, but I just remember that watching all those guys in the 92, I was like trying to remember all the wrestlers. I'm like, I remember that guy,
Yep.
the Repo. I remember the Repo Man used to come out with a rope and he would tie people up in the ring. Then he had the other guy that was there. Then they had like the Barbarian that was there. Then they had one half of the Nasty Boys, which is basically I always figured this. I never figured this out until I watched Hogan's TV show. Like Hogan knows best.
Yep.
That became his daughter's show or whatever afterwards.
Yeah, when she tried to become a singer and that was not good.
Yeah, and she basically what the funniest thing was that I didn't realize that in real life that Eric Bischoff, Hogan, and Brian Knobs are like all good buddies of each other. They're like good buddies of each other. And all this time, I always thought that it was just like a business thing between him and Bischoff. And they're like, no, they're good. They're like pals. They're like would hang out with each other after they were like all three pals. And Jimmy Hart, which I didn't realize until years later that Jimmy Hart was a singer in a band in the 60s.
It was, didn't he have a #1 hit or was it like top 5?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, their band had a top hit. Yeah. It's a big name band in that, and he actually did a lot of the music I heard for the wrestlers. Like behind the scenes in WCW would do a lot of like the music and stuff for him. Like the musical director on top of him yelling and screaming in the microphone.
I got to give Chris Jericho some props right now because he is a guy that he tries to keep it secret, but it kind of gets out sometimes. When wrestlers, when they get older, they have a lot of medical expenses. Sometimes they can't pay it.
Yeah.
He helps those guys out a ton. He's like, when you mentioned the Nasty Boys, I think it was Skaggs. I think.
Oh yeah.
No, it was the blonde. Which one was the blonde?
Brian Knobs.
Was that Knobs? Yeah, but
Knobs,
he had medical expenses and he was about to lose his house. And Jericho came in and saved the man's house and stuff. Like, it was just insane. This is really impressive.
Damn.
I mean, but he's done
think
that.
his own buddy Hogan. Yeah, you think Hogan would help him? You know, they're good buddies.
He goes behind. Yeah, he looks after people a lot. So huge props. I mean, making he's got that heavy metal money. He's got that wrestling money. He's got TV, game show host money. He's been in movies money.
Oh
yeah. Gosh. I mean, he's awesome.
I know.
Like I say, I mean, when he's on the microphone, brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Oh yeah, he was great. I liked him, but yeah, it was like when Rhodes when he on WCW when they brought him in to do that knockoff Gold Dust character, where he was dressed up in just went nuts and decided he didn't want to do the promo. and just decided, I'm going off script. I'm just gonna blast everybody in here.
Wait,
That just cracks me up somehow.
yeah. Good old
When he did
days.
that. Yeah, when they just like would go just like do whatever. I remember, what was it? Was it a Russell? I think it was a one of those Royal Rumbles or something like that. It was supposed to be one of those events like that at one of these. And I think one of the wrestlers accidentally, something happened, and I think it wasn't supposed to happen, because the wrestler was like, after he was knocked out of the ring, he was looking around like, what the heck just happened? And I think what happened was somebody came out from behind, hit him, and was supposed to knock out the other guy. And I think they knocked out him too. And I think he went out unscriptedly. He went out too, and he wasn't supposed to go out yet, I guess. It wasn't his time to go out, but he ended up going out by mistake. And I guess he just looked around like what the heck happened? Because I remember that WrestleMania in '93, right after that Royal Rumble, because they gave the title, and Flair lost the title to, who had the title at the time? It was Bret Hart ended up winning the title because he took it to WrestleMania in '93. He took it to '93. That's when Yokozuna, they cheated him out of the title because Fuji threw the sand in his face.
Yeah.
And at Caesar's Palace, and he ended up beating him, and then Hogan came out to tell the referee what had happened, and then that was when Hogan was challenged to go into the ring after wrestling earlier, to go into the ring and wrestle Yokozuna for the title. He goes, "We fight for title," and he goes in there and beats him.
They said Yokozuna, he blew up. He had nothing left, and as Bret Hart was talking about that, he was like, "Yeah, Yoke. He said he skipped an entire portion of their match that they had scripted out. He's like, I don't know what happened. Maybe he blew up. I don't know, but he just skipped an entire portion. We went right to the finish."
Yeah. And then I love the funny thing was, because that was the same year. That was the next event was SummerSlam, where Yokozuna crushed Hulkamania and sent him to WCW.
Yep.
The same year he went to WCW.
Hart was mad that they didn't keep the title on Yokozuna because everyone knew that Hogan was leaving.
Yeah.
They should have just left it on Yokozuna.
Oh yeah, then you had the '97. Was it '97 or '96 blow up in Canada? The Canadian screw job.
Yeah. The Montreal screw job.
Yeah. Where Hogan, where he goes, "You're gonna win the title, and this is what's gonna happen." Then goes and tells the Heartbreak Kid, "You're gonna win this way," you know.
Yeah. And they had that documentary Beyond the Mat. That was a good documentary.
Yeah.
All right. Look, we've been on for over 3 hours. It's time to shut them down.
Oh yeah. That's crazy.
You see how fast time goes? It's incredible to me.
Oh yeah. When you start talking about stuff you like, you know.
Yeah. It's one of those things that the time just flies by so fast every time. First off, thanks so much for being on, man. It's been a blast. Problem. We didn't touch on comics at all.
I know. That's what I was thinking about. I was like, yeah, I got all these comics. I could just grab one off the wall here to the show, but I was like, we're busy talking about other stuff. We love other stuff other than just comics.
Yeah. And that's actually one thing I love about doing this origin stories thing here, a series. That's what it is. The origin story series is that we learn about people, not just about the comics, but other things about people. And that, because like me, I've got so many passions, not just comics. So it's awesome to learn that other people, the things that they love too. It to me, it makes the hobby, the comic book hobby, even better to have outside things that you can connect on other than just the comics. So I think it's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. But you got anything to promote, like your channel, Instagram, anything?
Probably the only thing I'm going to be trying to do, if I can get it set up once I get it all organized, is I'm going to start showing off my Action Comics collection
Nice.
in a video series. I'm going to do a video series on my channel. I'm going to try to do something Rob did for his Fantastic Four collection.
Mm-hmm.
And that he did that a few years ago. I don't know if he did all his Fantastic Four collection, but he did most of it. Like he started with like issue 1 and went through like the first 50 issues, and then he did the next 50 issues and the next 50, and I think he did like 4 or 5 videos of that, of volume 1. I think he may have done all of volume 1 or most of it in that, but I'm going to try to do every one that I have at 50 at a time, and then talk a little bit about each one if there's something that I really want to talk about or reason it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And do something like that. So, which it'll probably be almost 14 or 15 videos.
That'd be
because
awesome.
It's like
series.
Up to 600. It's over 670 if you count the annuals. I think it's over 600 and something. 670, I think, something like that. I don't even remember. Because some of them are like, it's 279 now, 279 to 904. And if you count the 1000 issue, I have that. But outside of those, I don't have anything like New 52. I didn't collect any of the in between Convergence, before Rebirth, and whatever they're doing now, whatever you call it now. I don't even know if they even call it Rebirth anymore. Up to Future State. I have not collected DC for like, I think the 1000 issue and the Man of Steel book or whatever they did, the 100 pager they did for Superman. That was the last 2 things I think I got Action Comics wise, and then DC's Batman 1000. But other than that, I haven't collected a DC book since 2016.
Hold on. Did you say you have from 289?
79. 279 all the way up to 904.
Wow. That's impressive. Because with Batman, I was trying to go back. I've got 400 up to that entire run up to 713. And then I've got the New 52. Okay. And then I have the Rebirth up to like 80 or maybe 90 something. And I was going to try to get all, just kind of keep the run going. But gosh, I'll be back in the 280s or 270s. That's impressive.
My buddy has done. He's a huge he's a huge Batman fan, and he's got Batman now. Detective Comics, I don't know how far back he actually goes because there's a few issues, but the first issue he has completed for like Detective is like issue 300 all the way to today. He has all of those, and then a few before that, he has a few before that. And then Batman, he's got like missing a couple issues here or there, but he's got like somewhere in the 150 to the end or something like that.
Wow.
But the problem is he's been collecting my whole life. So he's been collecting almost 43 years. And I'm going to be 43 this year. So he's been collecting the same amount of time through the military. He was in the military, he collected. He got out of the military, collected. He collected as
I can say I've got Batman #1.
There you go. That's the best one to go. I have a reprint of Superman #1 of Action Comics #1. So
I've got one of those. It came out of Loot Crate, I think it was.
Yeah, mine came out of an auction on the Great Legends channel from Seawater 19.
I miss the Legends auctions. I loved watching those.
I know. I was on the auction one time. Couldn't even get anybody to buy anything, and I finally got one guy used to be Chad's buddy from the Comic Corps before they became the Comic Corps. It was Chad's buddy that ran like the little cave set up that he had at his house, and Chad would go over there and do it with him, and they would have people on there. He bought the first appearance of what did he buy? The first appearance of the Golden Glider from Flash. He bought her first appearance. He bought her first appearance for me, and I think I sold something else. But other than that, I think I've really haven't sold anything on an auction. But most of the other stuff I've sold over the years. Needed money, sold a bunch of stuff in that. But yeah, that's what I'm hoping to do is the Action Comics thing, because the earliest Action Comics are my 2 Golden Age books that I have in that. So yeah, they're both graded now. The one was graded when I bought it, and the other one wasn't graded until I bought it graded, till I had it graded by CBCS. But they're not like super duper. One's a 2.0 and the other one's like a 2.5 or something like that. So they're not really in great shape, but they're just in enough shape that I'm like, might as well have them graded and stuff. And that, because that's my whole goal.
One of the things I thought about doing, probably about 5-6 years ago, and I've never been able to do it, is I wanted one comic from Action under 100, Detective under 100, Batman under 100, and Superman under 100. But I want them all 4 to be the same number.
Oh, okay.
It didn't matter what number. It didn't matter if it was a key issue. Just say, for example, it's like number 55.
Yeah.
Just have that issue in all 4. I just thought that would be so cool to have.
Oh yeah, that would be. Yeah, because that's what I mean.
Just that. I mean, like I say, they didn't have to be keys or anything. Just to be like, that's cool. I've got one of each one of those 4 runs under 100. I just thought it'd be cool. That golden age goodness.
Trying to do. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I was trying to say, okay, what can I get under in the golden age? What can I pick up for cheap? I picked those up, I think in 18. I got those in 18, but they were decently priced back then. So it wasn't like I was getting like now you can't even pick stuff up for that cheap. You couldn't pick them up for under a couple $100. I was picking them. I think both. I think was maybe $400. Same guy. I got them from the same guy, but I got them in an auction on a YouTube, not on a YouTube, on a Facebook auction in a group I was in. Guy was doing an auction, a buy it now kind of deal, and I bought those from him. I ended up buying those 2 earliest ones. I had a 108, I think it was. I know Alex the Comic Hoarder has the book, but it was or Journey into Mystery. It was Journey into Mystery, I think 108. It had Loki on the front. It's like a green cover.
Yeah.
He bought it in an auction to one of the community members that had passed away. And he helped, and it was part of that auction. I donate to OMG Chris's thing, and I donated a bunch of books. And he bought that book for the auction, and I shipped it to him, and he has it and everything. And then
awesome.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the Action Comics run is hopefully it's because some of the books now are starting to get more and more pricey. Now, if I would have picked up some of them earlier down the road instead of going for some other series that I wish I didn't go after, like X-Men. I bought a bunch of X-Men's, ended up selling almost a trade AMS. I traded away. I've actually donated a bunch of as AOKs, a bunch of my AMS, sold a bunch of them, and that probably would have bought more of the Action Comics I wanted. But the goal is to get to 232, is to get every 232 to the end of the run. And that the only reason I probably won't get everything is because 232 is pretty active. 241 is expensive because that's like the first mention of the Fortress of Solitude. 242 is First Brainiac, and I do have a copy of the Millennial. That when DC was putting out those DC Millennial issues, where you can get like Batgirl, the first Supergirl. I got the issue of that, but I won't have the original issue of Supergirl, first Supergirl, and that. So that'll probably be four issues I probably will not have right offhand right now because they're just so hard to get them. And that, but I've been finding some great deals, but most of them you can't find them out in the wild. It's like crazy. I'm like, I try to tell people the only ones I can find are the variants that I need for the later issues that are like in the 800s and 900s. They have all those variants or second printings of stuff.
Yep.
And the one printing of Action Comics I want is the one where it's the recalled issue where they were drinking, instead of drinking soda, they were drinking beer.
I was actually going to mention that issue and ask if you had that one.
I don't have that one. I wish I would. I wish I probably would have got around to getting it probably years ago. I wish I would have grabbed it when it was probably a lot cheaper. Now it's like skyrocketed to the point where it's like, do I really want to buy that, or do I want to buy something that I can buy 20 of something else and finish my Fantastic Four run or whatever, you know?
Yep.
Which Fantastic Four, if I tried to show that off, the whole entire run of that, if I tried to show that off, I'd be here forever trying to show that off because I got a bunch of them in a row. I'm only missing one issue from volume 3, and I'll have 2, 3, 4, and 5 finished. I got some of 6, but Dan Slott still didn't impress me any. He got me to quit reading Spider-Man, and then he sure got me quit reading New Fantastic Four when he was on it. So I just said, the heck with it. If I pick them up, I'll find them at a con somewhere in a dollar bin, and I'll pick them up. You know, I'm not going to buy them right now.
That's one thing I started doing with new issues. First, there's no LCS right near me, so that helped me stop buying new issues. And I was getting them off Midtown for a while, and finally I was just like, so many of the issues I was buying, I realized in 6 months they were in dollar bins. So I quit buying.
I did that. I did that with mycomicshop.com. I was buying certain things that I couldn't get from my shop because my shop couldn't get the variants for like the Archie books that were coming out. Get certain Archie books, but then if it was an Archie book that crossed over with another company, he may not know about it being crossed over. Like they did a crossover with Vampirella and Red Sonja. And it was a 12 issue. It ended up becoming 12 issues, but it was only supposed to be 6 issues. And it sold pretty well. It became a 6-issue miniseries from a 6 to a 12. So it became a maxi series. And he couldn't get a lot of those issues, you know, because he didn't know about it at the time. So he could get certain ones, but he would tell me, he's like, I can get the first issue, but most of the time don't send me because I don't order enough of them. I really can't I usually get gypped on the variants. So he told me, he said, you might have to buy your variants somewhere else, you know. So that's what I did, was buying the variants from them and was buying the Fantastic Four book from them. And then I realized Dan Slott's not that great of a writer. He's not that great. I don't care for it. I could probably find these eventually, like you said, in a dollar bin. I'm going to stop doing that. And I stopped buying the variants because I got all the variants to the point where Archie just stopped sending out comics. Now they're not even doing that. They're giving you 1 issue a month. They don't even have an ongoing series. That's what I collect mostly, but they don't have an ongoing series.
Wow. I did not realize that.
Yeah, they stopped it on. They had the Archie comic ongoing up until they got to some, forget which issue number it was, 7 something, but they stopped doing it because COVID hit, I guess, and they weren't doing anything for months. So they started shipping out these one-shots. They do these one-shots every so often. They'll do something like Archie and Friends, and it'll be something like Archie and Friends learning to date, or, you know, this new one that's about Archie dating. that's coming out in
Whenever anyone
February.
mentions Archie, I have to show my Archie versus Predator.
Oh yeah, Predator 2. I got a bunch of the
I've got
whatchamacallits of
the first
those.
run. I've got the first run, and I've got a couple in that second run. It cracks me up.
The one that I always find funny is the one where people talk about the Punisher, but there's only one cover for that. There's only one issue for that. Was when he met the Punisher.
I don't have that one. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, I don't have that one.
He met the Punisher. He met the B-52s.
Yep.
He was supposed to meet Flash Gordon. I don't know if I have that one. I don't know if that one ever came out. That was right around COVID hit. That was right around the summertime it was supposed to come out. And I don't think it ever did. If it did, I have it here somewhere. I can't remember if he met.
Do you also go Betty and Veronica or just Archie?
I have. I've got.
They had Ivy, Poison Ivy, and Harley Quinn meet Betty and Veronica.
Oh yeah, I got all those somewhere. I've got the
Vampirella and
Archie
Red Sonja.
Yeah, I've got that one. I've got the one where Adam Hughes and the girl who draws for what's that book that Brian K. Vaughan does? Well, that big book he does with her. Oh, whatever it is, it's the Saga. The girl from Saga drew some of the issues for that one with Adam Hughes that he did for Betty and Veronica. The Adam Hughes Betty and Veronica, 3 issues. Took them over a year to get 3 issues out. Because I guess she must have been doing Saga at the same time. And it must have been something in between, but between them trying to get stuff out, 3 issues. Okay, let's throw a trade out. Who wants to buy 3 issues of a trade? Let's throw Jughead #1 in there. Where does
Jughead have at least 6 issues to make a trade?
I know, and they had 4 issues for this trade, and I'm like, I ain't buying your trade issues. We don't really buy their trade. And then this is supposed to be their 80th year of Archie. They've done nothing so far. They've done nothing so far except put out like an 80-year digest thing for Archie. Nothing. No big hardcover book. Nothing about the history of Archie. Bunch of their best Archies. Nothing. Just some digest thing that was started back in the 70s by Tom. I think it was Tom DeFalco. I think was the guy who started it. He first started being an editor or becoming like an editor-in-chief for Archie when he started with Archie Comics before he took off and did other stuff. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. This is like the worst thing that they could ever do. But everybody says that I've ever talked to that are comic book fans and remember that Archie was #1 comic selling comic in 1969. And nobody remembers that. That it wasn't DC, it wasn't Marvel, it wasn't whoever was publishing at the time, Charlton. None of those companies were there. Archie was #1 for 1969. And also the Archie's Sugar Sugar song was #1 at the end of the year on the top 100.
Wow.
Billboard Top 100 was #1 for the year, was the #1 best song for the year at the same time. That's how they were. And then you go 3 or 4 years later and they're non-existent. They're just like no more. But I've got probably 40 or 50 different series of Archie books.
Wow.
So take that in the things that the main titles that I really go after, which I do have a lot of Betty and Veronica, but I don't do much of what I do is Archie itself, the Archie comic itself, the life with Archie, and I want to complete. Actually, I want the one issue. Forget the issue number right offhand, but it's the first appearance in I believe is it Everything Art? I don't even remember if it's Everything Archie. No, it's not Everything Archie. It's the one book that I've got. It's the first appearance of Josie from Josie and the Pussycats. Is what is in a different title. It's not in her own title. She got her own title, I think, a couple months later. I think she ended up getting her own title, where that was the first appearance. I believe that's the first appearance of Melody from Josie and the Pussycats, which I need to get her first appearance. It's not everything
That's something I don't
Archie.
see too much. Well, when cons were around, I never saw very much old Archie books.
Yeah, that's why I don't really a whole lot. I see a few. I've seen a few dealers over here. There's a guy that sells a few. I got a bunch from him, but most of the time, if you see them, they're usually the dollar ones that are from like the 90s, but they're
Yeah,
mostly beat the crap. They're beat the
yep,
crap where either they don't bag and board them, so they're not bagged and boarded, they're not taken care of. They're just like thrown in a box and say, "Here, $1. Come look at them," and they're all laid flat in the box. They're not even standing up. They're just
yep.
flat in the box, and you just go through them, and hopefully you'll like them. But yeah, but it's that one
Hmm.
book. I forget the title of it, but yeah, it's one that I need to get those first appearances. But there's a couple of first appearances that I'd love to have. They're on my Grail list, but I don't think I'll ever be able to afford to get them. Because one's a Betty and Veronica book, which is the first appearance of, which nobody cared about the book beforehand. Nobody cared that it was a big deal until they made their own horror side, made a vampironica vampire type story.
Hmm.
And then all of a sudden people, oh, this book exists. I didn't know this book exists before. This first appearance of this character existed for 2 issues. Let's skyrocket the thing. And then you got one where it's Betty and Me 16. They call that the beat off cover. Where Archie says he's gonna beat him off.
Okay.
The, the yeah,
I
yeah, it's
was
a
like, wait,
play
what?
on words.
No.
But I always I always find it funny that people like the covers, but like my buddy was pressing a book for me and he looked at it and he just wanted to see what was inside of Archie, you know. And he looked
Take
inside
care,
it.
Gray Man. Thanks for hanging out
Oh,
with
good
us.
night, Gray Man. And he ended up saying to me, he goes, "The inside has nothing to do with the cover." And I go, "They never do. The cover, the books never have anything to do with the cover until recently, I guess, more recent. But in the past, the covers were just basically, here's cover art. You might like this cover," and it gets people to want to buy the book and want to see what's inside, you know.
Hmm.
But yeah, that was the one book. It was number 16 on Betty and Me. That's the one I really needed to try to get, but it was skyrocketed so much so that it's a couple hundred. I think it's over 100. That cover went to over $100, almost
Wow.
$200 for a 9/8 at one point, and now the other one was the first Cheryl Blossom cover. I wanted to get the first Cheryl Blossom, and that's way gone way too much because of the TV show.
Hmm.
TV show came out, but really the TV show hasn't shot up any of the books. You would think that Archie has shot up,
Yeah.
but I remember Brian Take the Time Collectibles made a comment on Rob War's channel, Not Near Mint. He was one of the guests he brought on for his Wednesday show one time, and he was talking to him about it, and he literally said that books like Archie did not start shooting up until about 5 years ago. People did not care about a lot of these Golden Age Archie books, the Silver Age Archie books. Nobody cared about them, and the key issues, like first appearance of people, nobody cared about them until 5 years ago. And he said he started to see more and more people getting into these titles where nobody cared about them. So we
Hmm.
end up not getting anywhere with. So I'm like, so I guess I got in right around the right time then, you know. 8 years ago, got into buying more Archie books, and it took
Hmm.
off from there.
I mean, that sounds like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, there was about a 20 some odd year gap where people didn't really care about the turtles. In the last
Yeah,
year, they've exploded. It's like, what happened?
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure that out because it's like certain books have skyrocketed and some have just died off like people were like, "Oh, Apocalypse is going to be in a movie." All of a sudden, the movie comes out, and Apocalypse has gone from being like the book skyrocketing to $100 and back down to like a $20 book.
Yep.
Like if you bought it at 100, you're now lost $80.
Yeah,
I just find that hilarious.
the hobby in the last 2 years, I have found it has become such a fickle hobby. I've called it the what is the Grail of the Month Club.
Oh yeah.
It's like for a month, everybody's got this book. You see it on Instagram. You see like
Yeah.
everybody's got one. A month later, remember that book? Like
Oh
the
yeah.
one I got to point at is Omega Red. First Omega Red last year. That thing exploded. I haven't seen one
Oh yeah.
posted in a good 6-8 months.
Oh yeah.
Just crazy how that happens with the hobby, but yeah.
Oh yeah. It's sort of like some of those I watched who was it? The kids. They used to show off a lot of like Die covers. A lot of that
Mhm.
book Die, Oblivion Song,
Yep.
and they used to talk about a lot about him, Alec, JP Budget Collecting. They were really big in those particular, and all of a sudden, Immortal Hulk was one of them. Soon
Yep.
as Immortal Hulk got to what issue 25, 30 or whatever they're on now, whatever
Mhm.
they're past that now, but whatever it was like I think issue 25. Nobody cared about the book. The book is like died off
Yep.
to the point where nobody's talking about it anymore. They're still buying it, but they're not talking about it as much as they did. These other books by like Kirkman and whoever did Die, they're like they showed off like the first 5 or 6 issues of those, and then all of a sudden nobody's talking about them anymore. Like
Yep.
a lot of these indie books, they talk about them for a while. And the only reason I even pick up older indie books, like I'll pick them up in trade. Like I picked up Rex Mundy just on a recommendation from watching Jared Osborne's channel, and that he was just talking about it one day about this Rex Mundy book that was like the Da Vinci Code before the Da Vinci Code came out.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically based on that type of philosophy, I guess, of the Da Vinci Code type stuff. And he said he was just talking about it, and sounded interesting to me, and I picked it up, and I seemed to like it. He had another book that he had recommended, some Great Legend had recommended The Six Gun. I almost got all the trades for that, so I can finally start reading other. And that Criminal was another one I picked up on a
Criminal's
recommendation from
really
John's
good.
Comics with Kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
What
why I
was that?
hear, because he said, but I
Brubaker
picked up the
and
first.
is
It's
it Brubaker
Brubaker
and
and
Phillips?
might be Phillips, because he did that one called The Fall. Was it Fallen?
Mm-hmm.
The Fall? Something with, it was Brubaker and Lutz. It was him and Lutz did like a short little comic book, but it wasn't like something, but it was a crime drama type thing.
Yeah.
One of his first crime dramas he did. I think it was The Fall, I think it's called. I have to go back and look because Jared talks
Look
about
that
it.
up. In my
And it was
mind, I'm
something,
thinking it's Phillips, but I might be wrong on that.
yeah, I think it was. But yeah, because I remember him doing the, what was the other one? The one he did with Phillips. The one with the crime drama with the people in Hollywood.
Yeah. Yeah, Sean Phillips. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Phillips. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
because he did that other one with Phillips too. The one,
Mm-hmm.
oh, what's it called? I forget what it's called right now, but it's the one where they're in Hollywood, the Hollywood drama from like the 50s with the rush with the communism going on in
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. I haven't read
I
that,
forget
but
the
it
name of that book, but
seems like to me it's something
I
I've
got
heard
it.
of, but I just can't think of it.
Yeah, I started reading it and I haven't finished it, and I got to find it here somewhere. I put it somewhere and I can't find it, but yeah. But like I find recommendations from people, and that's how I go back and look at it. Like they've recommended something that you know Tim Hollermouse.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He's been on
Yeah,
the
he's
podcast before.
recommended. Okay, he's recommended to me and a bunch of other people like some books, and one of them was the book called Berlin.
Haven't I heard of that one?
Yeah, it's the comic book Berlin. He said that was a good one to read. I think it's from like the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've had from somebody else that was it was a Alan Moore book called A Small Killing.
Mm-hmm.
That was another book I've been recommended that I need to get. And then that book Pulp, I need to find that book Pulp by Sean Phillips and Brubaker and Phillips.
Seems like to me I saw one yesterday. It's just like one issue.
Yeah, it's like a graphic novel they
Yeah.
in that.
Maybe I
Yeah,
did
I've
see
been
that
meaning
yet.
to try to find it, but they have yeah, they
I'm
have so
wrong.
many
I'm wrong. It
books, but it's
wasn't that. I saw Ploop is what I saw. Never mind. I'm way off.
oh yeah, he talked about that too. Yeah, Tim talks about that all the time. Yeah. Tim always brings up stuff. Every time I watch it on Friday night, I always if he's not on it, then it's on Jared's channel. Then I end up going to Jared's channel. But yeah, it's between him, his his one buddy, and then Paulo from Portugal. They all seem to talk about everything, but they seem
Mhm.
to know a lot more than most people that I've ever. Jared, on the other hand, should just write a
Yeah.
whole book
Yeah.
on
Howler
just his
Mouse,
Marvel
he's
days.
invited me on his podcast where, and
Yeah,
I'm just like, I can't be on there. I'm legitimately
I
scared to
know.
be on there because those guys are like
Yeah,
encyclopedias. I mean, they've got like master's degree, and I'm over here still in high school.
I know.
It's
That's the way
like,
I feel. I feel like I'm
I
still
mean,
in middle school. According
yeah,
to like them, I'm like, man, I'm like Jared. All the knowledge of just stuff. I just had Jared send me um of some of his comics that he did himself, that he did with a couple other guys.
uh huh,
Like it was him. It was he drew some of it. He helped draw some of couple other issues, but it was stuff that he just had sitting around that is him and his buddy Ed and a couple other guys did, and they tried to self-publish them themselves. And it was just one of those things, and I'm just like in awe of what they do. Like Jared, write a
yeah,
book. You could write a whole book about your days at Marvel. You worked there for forever, and then his other buddy comes on there that's self-publishing, that's publishing his own stuff,
mm-hmm.
that's doing a bunch of comics himself, his buddy Jeff. So I'm just like, man, you guys are like know everything, and I'm like a nobody. And I just remember when they first started, when Holler Mouse first started his channel, and that I think he had already started before I started watching.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I got into watching stuff around 2010 is when I started doing YouTube. Started watching YouTube because I didn't know what YouTube was, until like my wife mentioned something. I think her sister had mentioned something to her about you can find music videos and find out what the songs are on this thing called YouTube. And we're like, what's
Yep.
YouTube? And she tells me about it, years later, she tells me about it, and I get into it, and I'm all these different people on here to watch for comics. And I'm like, what the heck? I didn't know anybody was doing comics like this, and that's why I want to go back to doing old school type videos like that instead of this speculation on every channel that you go to. You see a guy on there, oh, I've got 3,000 subscribers because I'm speculating on these books
Okay.
here, and these people just want to see what I'm doing.
The only spec
And
video
it's
I
like,
did was the one I did for Big Will because he asked for
oh,
that
I
in
saw
his.
that. Yeah.
I
I
don't
was
spec.
watching
I
that.
get one book of each, and
Yeah.
that's
And I,
it.
and I thought about it. I thought about it to myself. I'm like, what am I gonna pull up here that's gonna be speculatable? I don't have anything. I'm like, anything in my collection is not speculative. There's nothing they're not gonna spec
Yeah,
on. Half the Fantastic Four stuff's already been specced on.
yeah.
There's nothing I can pull up that I can show that's not speculatable. I'm like, I was thinking about Action Comics. I'm like, no, nothing in Action Comics that's speculatable because Superman is not really that popular. I only have
Well, there's
Detective
that one
Comics.
issue. There's that one issue of Superman in the different realm where what's that guy becomes Superman? Um,
Oh, think of it right now. Not Bizarro, no.
Oh, Bizarro was always a great character.
Oh yeah.
Gosh, I can't remember
Yeah,
who it
he's
was. Heck, it might have been a
no, not
variant. I don't know.
Mixelflix.
Somewhere in the 800s, I think.
Oh, okay.
But
Let me see.
anyway,
Yeah,
but
but that's what I'm saying. It's just ridiculous. You can't find anything.
yeah, I mean, I just happened to have those silver sables, and I was like, yeah, that's probably
Yeah,
a good one.
yeah. The only thing I think I had is what I bought off of Big Will was Jubilee, and I said at some point Jubilee is going to be big. I actually had a copy
I
of it, but I
don't,
didn't want to get mine graded, so I
I
just
don't know
felt like,
why Jubilee is not a bigger character. Why, when she was in that one X-Men movie, she was just a side character. Was nothing.
she was big. She was bigger in the cartoon in the
Yeah,
'90s than she was
yeah.
anywhere else. She's like in the opening credits. She's like they made a big deal out of her at the beginning of the
Mhm.
thing. How the Sentinels chased her down, and how she met how she met Professor X and all the mutants, and became an X-Men and all that. And it's like, yeah, that's something good, but no.
One I'm surprised is Dazzler. You figure at some point Dazzler's gonna become
Oh
bigger.
yeah, I got a couple. I think I got a couple issues of that. I think I got one
Mhm.
issue of that left.
I've got one of her first appearance, and then I've got Dazzler #1. I've got a couple of those, but
Yeah, I
it's
think
not
I
to me.
had.
It's not spec. I don't spec on stuff.
No, I gave up on that a long time
Yeah.
ago when I tried to buy something and then I'm like, somebody the
Hmm.
only spec book I didn't really spec on it. I just saw that the fact that it was cheap and it was the first appearance of Gambit and I was collecting
Mhm.
X-Men at the time. For whatever reason why I was going after X-Men, I think it was because the guy was selling them for dirt cheap and I could win these auctions and then everybody started finding out about him. Like around 18 people started finding out about him and then it became
That's oddly
like
enough when I
no
started
lo-
trying to get Gambit books, and I cannot get the first appearance. I've got
yeah,
the annual, which they now say is first appearance, but they was it
yeah.
268? Is it 268?
266.
Yeah, yeah, 266. Yeah, I don't have that one.
I had that book. I bought it for like $17. I think it was the same book my buddy sold to the store, his book, and
Hmm.
he ended up selling it to the store. I think he said he sold it for like $5 at the store. So it was like at the time, the movie had just time that I had picked it up. The movie had just like the idea of making the movie had just hit.
Yep.
So I saw Tim's video where he talked about selling his copy, having this book that he bought for like nothing back in the day when it was whatever, and he said it was selling on eBay, so he put it up for like $50, ended up selling the book, and it just like skyrocketed. He sold it and got rid of it. I put mine up, had a buy it now on it for something, and ended up selling it. I think I ended up selling it for $75. Bought it for 17, sold it for 75 because I saw that he had sold his. That was the only time that I actually sold something that I thought would be worth selling at
Yep.
the time, and I just made a whole bunch of money off of it. Same thing. I could have probably
Oh,
sold my ASM 300. I sold that amount of money.
to me, that is one of the most overrated books. I've
Oh
never
yeah,
had one, and
I
there's no
don't
way I'm paying
understand
that much for it. Hold on one
the
second. Let me
AMS
grab
300.
something. Let me grab something. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, all right, I won't.
It won't take but a second.
Okay, let me grab something or two. So while I'm thinking about it.
Okay. All right. Okay. Here it is. All right. Here's something that, oh, yeah, Donkey Kong shirt. That's awesome. I love that game back in the day. My favorite video game, by the way. Okay. Here's something I just sold. Uh, Donkey Kong. He's my spirit animal. That's awesome. All right. Here's something that I have next to nothing into, and I just sold 5 boxes of these for
Holy cow!
$290 a box.
Yeah,
I like a year ago they were going for like $40 or $50. This
Yeah.
one I have $10 into. I just sold 4 of them for one like 180. Some of
Yeah.
these.
Huh.
And the thing of it is, if I had gotten them on like 2 days earlier, they were going for almost 300. Like, are
Damn.
you kidding? So, are you kidding me?
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
garbage.
Oh yeah.
Superpower review. I do.
Hang
Okay.
on.
I'm
Hang on a minute.
superpower review. Let me say this. I am not uh, a McFarlane fan because I don't like that he homages himself so much. Like, dude, you don't have to keep showing everyone how good you are by making your own stuff over and over. I actually quit buying Spawn at $2.99 when I saw actually $2.90. Did I get two? I did get $2.99 when I saw the next issue was going to be an homage to 300. I was like, dude, give Spawn his own magic. Don't just keep making your own stuff over.
Oh yeah.
But I have a ton of respect for him for not only what he's done in the comic book industry by getting that group together to start Image and really change the pay structure and the ownership of characters for the artists and writers. So huge respect for that. Also, huge respect for how he changed the action figure industry.
Oh yeah.
Because before him, I mean, I had some starting lineups around here, the baseball ones, and basically you had 3 figures with just different paint jobs on them.
Oh yeah.
So huge respect for him for that. But I don't like him just. I mean, so many times he homages his own work. That's my big issue.
Yeah.
I have no problem with someone else doing homages of his work. That to me, it shows respect. It's like, look, this guy did something great. I want to do an homage to them. And to me, he's saying, look, I did something great. I'm going to do an homage of my own shit.
Oh yeah.
So that's my issue with him. So
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
That's
Rick
what
the Coles.
I know. I watched the what was it, the sci-fi documentary or whatever they did
Yeah.
of him, and he's like, I wanted to do toys, so we decided to start a toy company.
Yep.
I was
I mean,
like,
huge
okay.
respect because that took some serious guts
Oh yeah.
to start an entire company like that. That was
And now
impressive.
he's the official toy company for DC Toys.
Yep. Who would have saw that
According,
coming?
I know that's what I was thinking. I was thinking about it. I was like, when they were announcing, like, there was Sideshow Collectibles were doing the statues, and then somebody else, and then like they're doing their own
Yeah.
comics. But I know Diamond's not doing so hot, so
See,
there's a spec right there. Don't buy stock in Diamond.
well, I mean, I hate to say it, but I feel like the paper comic books are really going downhill. The new issue. I mean, I know I start reading a lot of stuff online, and after you get used to it, it's not that bad.
Yeah, my buddy had a problem with the way the certain books online, certain things, like if you have more than a certain, like a spread or something, it's just the way it showed up on the computer or whatever. It was just on his iPad or whatever he was using. Didn't work right for him. But I was like, I don't mind it that much. It's just one of those things where I don't consider us in the modern age anymore. That we've gone away from modern age.
Yeah.
Long time ago. When Comixology was first put out, which is now owned by Amazon. But when Comixology first came out and started doing digital comics and selling digital comics, that's when, in 2014, that's when the modern age ended. To me, was from what you consider 92 or whatever it is when Image started till 2014. And now from 2014 till now, you're in the digital age. The last 7 years now, you've been in the going on 7 years. You've been in the digital age.
Yeah, it's funny. At some point, I remember like that Image when that started, and for me, gosh, right around, what'd you say, 2014?
Yeah, I think they started around 2014.
Because I'm thinking somewhere around that ballpark is might have been a year or two before that, maybe, or maybe a year after that. Somewhere in there is when I consider a huge change when it became the variant era, because
Yeah, it was a
everything
new.
had tons of variants.
Yeah, because New 52 had just started at that point in 2012,
Yeah.
and the Marvel Nows had started up. So that was about the time when DC and Marvel went in another direction with all their books at that time frame. So, but AMS was still under the old banner at the time.
I have one book that graded a 9.6, and it was because the sticker inside, it was a Marvel book where you can get the online code for it.
Oh, okay.
That was taken out of the book, and that's why instead of being a 9.8, it was a 9.6.
Oh, sort of like when they cut out the coupon, when they cut out the Marvel stamp.
Yep.
One of those mistakes they should have learned back then, which they learned after that. They took it out because they took out the code. Why not just give the people give them a code with it, or say, hey, here's a thing, type this into your computer, and the code will come to you,
Mm-hmm.
and you can get your code by going to, you bought this book, go in this whatever number, whatever it is, and get your free code or whatever,
Now
for
I'm
your
trying to
online
remember
book.
what that was. I'm gonna have to go through all my graded books so I can figure out which book that was.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's like, I always find it funny that people were like going crazy over that that Avengers 8 book. They were all speculating on that Avengers 8 and everybody's buying it up, and I'm like, but he was already. The problem is that character there is going to, if they take the character the way if they don't take the character the way they ended up taking the character, because they said he's supposed to show up in the Loki movie or the Loki TV show, and that because he already plays Ramatut in Fantastic Four, which is
which one was Avengers 8? That's not him, is it?
no. Him is 50 something, 56, 67, no, 65.
I'm trying to remember which character we're talking about now.
It's the guy that became the guy. What was his name? I gotta look here. I got the book on the wall here.
Kang.
Yeah, Kang the Conqueror became Ramatut in issue 19. In Fantastic Four.
And
that was the book everybody
just showed up. He must have heard we were talking about him earlier.
Yeah, Fantastic Fours, baby.
Yep, Fantastic Fours.
Fantastic Fours and Shazam.
Yep.
The real Marvel family.
Shazam.
I know. I always found that funny that you had Gomer Pyle walking around going, Mandy. I was like, yeah. When is he gonna turn into the superhero?
Oh, good times.
Yeah,
well,
back in the day.
we were gonna shut it down almost an hour ago. It's about time to shut it down.
Started going. Yeah.
I'm about to fall asleep. It's almost midnight.
Oh yeah, I gotta get up and go to work in the morning. So.
But again, dude, this has been an absolute blast. I am so appreciative you come on. And the first 3 hours we talked sports, and the last hour talking comics. Might have to come back one day. We just talk comics only.
Oh yeah, that's what everybody says. The last time I was on with who was I on with? It was Hialeah and them. I was doing his show and ended up talking half the time. We ended up spending almost 2 hours talking about TV shows.
It's like
about,
me.
about, about an
If we
hour. It
start,
was like we're talking comics and stuff, but then like about an hour in, and the next thing you know, for like the next hour, over on the next hour and 15 minutes, we're talking TV shows.
yeah,
And still never
yeah,
got to talking about music or anything.
yeah. I've tried to watch. They have their music show. I get
Oh
so
yeah, I've
frustrated
catching a few.
because some of those songs I just absolutely cannot stand, and I can't vote
Oh
for either
yeah,
one.
depends on the depends on the era. They yeah. Sometimes I get a few here and a few there, but I'm like this is crazy. I'm like you got to be kidding me, right? They're picking this era and this era, and it's like they're not anywhere close to it. You know, most of like the
Yeah.
60s stuff. I love the 60s stuff because
Mhm.
you know, my parents were born in the 50s, you know, early 50s, and they basically, you know, I grew up listening to a lot of 60s music, 60s and 70s music. And my wife, she figured most of her stuff that she got into from the 60s and 50s, 60s, and that was from infomercials. So that's how she knew a lot of that stuff was from the infomercials. Some of the 70s stuff from the infomercials, and everything else is
The
because her
infomercial.
parents grew up like, yeah, because her parents were like 10 years difference from my parents. They were 10 years
Mhm.
after my parents, born in the early 60s. So they were like, you know, anything like 70s, late 70s, early 80s. And that was their influence of stuff. So she's like, yeah. So I'm like totally like 60s stuff, but she's like into more of like the late 70s, 80s stuff.
Yeah, me. I am 80s and early 90s. That's my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I gotta,
as a kid, we all played outside and we'd have a boom box.
yeah.
We were listening to whatever was on the radio that day.
Oh, I still remember listening to the radio, and it was a little green radio we had, my parents had, and it was something like you'd take to the beach with you or whatever, battery
Hmm.
operated, and they would put that on sometimes, or they would take the that was in the kitchen and sometimes plug it in outside, and we'd listen to Cub games while we were outside playing. Listen to Ron Santo and Steve Stone
Yep.
talk talk about the games, and then every now and then Harry Carey would switch with at some point Harry would switch with Stone
Mhm.
and whoever else the guy was on the radio. He would come over there and do a few games,
'Cause
and
I
then halfway
remember
through,
in the 80s, it seemed like to me Harry did the first three innings, and then he would. Yeah, I might be wrong, but I think he did radio for uh, innings 4, 5, and 6, and then 7, 8, 9 he would come back. I might be wrong on that because again,
yeah, he did a few like that. Yeah.
it's been like 35 years ago, so I don't remember completely.
Oh yeah, because yeah, he did that because he was with and he was one of the few guys that went straight through work, and he left the because of money dispute. He left the Cardinals, went
Yep.
to the A's. The A's hired him, and then from the A's he went to the White Sox, and then the Cubs then ended up hiring him and
Yep.
bringing him over there.
Yeah. He said he didn't work well with the who was it that owned the A's? Because
Oh
he wasn't there long at all. But he was
yeah,
like, well, yeah, he didn't work well with that guy at all.
I think it was like a year or two, but it was that
Yeah.
goofy. It was that goofy guy, that guy that had the dispute with the. Oh, what was it? It was the same guy that moved him to Oakland. It was that same
Mhm.
goofball that owned him
Yeah.
in Oakland who made MC Hammer, I think, the president or the general manager
Hammer
at one point.
was a bad boy for a while.
Yeah, and then he made him some kind of position or
Mhm.
something just to do something. Gave him something to do. I don't even know. Yeah, it was like
Yeah.
I was like, you're goofy. But yeah, it was that guy. Forget the guy's name right offhand. He was the guy that sold off all the players
Yeah.
eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was the crazy guy that was in Kansas City that had a fight with the Kansas City, the city itself, I guess, the mayor and all those people. And basically, baseball was going to take the team away or buy it or make them sell it or something or other. And you end up moving to Oakland or to whatever. But yeah, that's how it goes.
I just looked at my watch. Oh, someone just followed me on Twitter. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay. This time we're actually going to shut it down. We're at 4 hours. We're shutting it down this time.
Yes.
We're done.
The legend's going to watch on the rerun.
And I definitely
have fun.
I hope you do the Action Comic videos. I would love to see that. That would be awesome.
I'm going to try to get them all together and find them all and put them all back in order.
Yeah, that's one thing I started doing with my Harley Quinn collection.
Yeah.
But then I stopped because I don't know if people want to see them anymore, but I thought it was kind of cool. But,
yeah, my buddy has, that's one of the books he collected was Harley Quinn and Wonder Woman.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a big Wonder Woman collection, but he still got to go back and collect all the earlier stuff. Because he's got I forget which issue number it is, but it's like certain issue number in the 100 somewhere of Wonder Woman, and then all the way to the current issue. I know another guy who did. He was in one of the Facebook groups I was in. I know he moved over to the other group I went into, but I haven't seen a post from him in a while. But he was collecting all the Wonder Woman books before the movie hit. For the first movie hit, and he had everything from Wonder Woman 1 to the issue 1 of Wonder Woman all the way to the current issue of Wonder Woman.
Wow.
And then he was working on Sensation Comics, going back and trying to complete those. And he had a big collection. I don't even know how many books he had, but he was crazy. I mean, I was in awe of that. I was like, man, you have Wonder Woman #1.
I want to get in Wonder Woman, Alex Garner, he did some covers from 600 through 614.
Yeah.
And some of those covers are amazing. I definitely want to get those covers because great stuff. Then Adam Hughes did a ton of stuff in that run as well.
I used to have a bunch of the John Burns run during the Perez started up run, whatever, volume 2.
Yep.
I used to have a bunch of those, but got rid of a bunch of those and sold it to a guy who was a big Wonder Woman fan. But yeah, I bought those in a lot. It was like the John Burns run in a lot. It was like back when you could buy lots for cheap.
Yeah.
Now you can't even do that.
The sad part is it wasn't that long ago that we could do that.
No, it really isn't, because I've watched people selling Batman lots now. This guy somewhere around here, I think he's south of where I live. Somewhere south of near Fayetteville, somewhere down in that area. He had a bunch of lots that he was selling. And it was like, you would sit there and watch him. You go, oh, wow, that's a great deal. And then you try to buy it. And next thing you know, it's like $200 later.
Yeah. This is to me is an issue with the hobby. And I'm going to end it after this, because we said it 10 times already. But it was in 2018, San Diego Comic-Con, there was a CGC 7.0 giant size X-Men 1. It was $700.
Damn.
And I was like, man, that's kind of high for that. Because at that time it was right about on the kind of the top end. And now you can't get a 2.0 for that.
Oh yeah.
And that's only been 3.5 years. I'm like, it's like, ridiculous. I mean, they could price so many books out of true collectors' hands.
Oh yeah.
I think that is an issue with the hobby.
That was like my buddy. He was just pressing his copy of his GSX, and he said the problem with that is, he goes, he doesn't want to send it through the mail. For one thing, he doesn't trust sending it through the mail to CBCS to get it graded. He's like, I'm not going to do that. He goes, if I go to a con, I might be able to drop it off and they could take it for me. But he says, but when am I going to see a con?
Exactly. I mean, that's my issue with these.
Do those have to go to those have to go to CGC? Are they
Well,
the only
I send my books to CGC anyway, so
I mean, but are those the size that can only be graded by them? Because I don't remember CBCS grading.
I have no idea.
Because
I've never.
I'm trying to figure that out because I have the last Ronin book
And then
that I
that
want to get
phone one
graded.
definitely going to be getting graded.
Oh yeah, I want to get that
So,
last. I want to get that last Ronin graded that I have,
but like those
but
books,
I
I
can't.
won't send those in.
Yeah,
So I mean,
he said anything. He told me he said anything over like a certain amount of money. He said he'll send moderns in all day long. That he doesn't really care much about. And he's just
yeah,
gonna flip them or whatever because he does a lot of work for his comic book shop, like on the
yeah.
side.
Well,
So
see, if I had a comic book shop, which I've thought long and hard about doing,
yeah.
I would use social media a
Oh
lot.
yeah. He says he helps the guy out. So he says the guy comes to him where he buys a collection, sends it to him, tells him to let me you look at the books, you price them out for me. You and he told him how much do you want to add on to the book in case if I say this, he says 10% on top of whatever you think the price is. Whatever you think the grade is, whatever it says in the guide, go 10% more than that or whatever, and
Yeah.
we'll go from there. And he says, okay, and he basically pays him in comics. So he tells him if there's something in there that you want, I'll let you have first dibs at it. If you want it, you can take it. Whatever. I don't care what it is. As long as it's not some real big boy huge book or something and
Mm-hmm.
whatever, you can go through it. If you need it to fill your run fills, fill it. And that's what he does. And he helps this guy out in Arkansas there, helps the guy out, and that's what he does. He
Wow,
does it for a side thing, and he
that's
presses
pretty
books.
cool.
So if the guy needs stuff pressed, he presses it for him. Whatever, fixes the books. If he wants something that he knows that he might want graded, he'll tell him, okay, I can do this for you. You can send it in and get it graded.
Wow.
So I use him a lot for a lot of my stuff that I recently started getting graded.
Mm-hmm.
I got to send it in, but I got to figure out if it's going to be worth going to a con because I don't even know if Heroes Con is going to happen in June. I'm still optimistic.
I'm hoping so. Golly, I'm
I'm
dying to
really
go to
hoping
a
it
con.
will, but if it doesn't, or if it's some kind of limited, I may not go. So I may
Mm-hmm.
end up going to the one I may go to Durham in November. They usually
Mm-hmm.
have one around November. So if Durham happens, that'll probably be where I'm probably going to be at because it's only like maybe 45 minutes from my house.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like drive up there or drive 3 hours to go to Charlotte, you know?
Yeah, Charlotte's about 3 hours from me as well. But that's just, I mean,
I always,
that's the closest big con I've got.
yeah, because I know there was, I don't know, do they still do that one up there in, where was it? Virginia Beach? They still do the one in Virginia Beach?
Tidewater,
Yeah.
Tidewater Comic Con. I assume so, but that's probably right around 3.5 hours from here.
Okay, so it's a little farther. Okay.
Yeah,
Because I know a couple people up there went to it a couple years ago,
yeah.
but I
I
didn't know
went
if
to
they were
one
still.
time,
Yeah.
and it was very chaotic because people that had prepaid and I prepaid,
Yeah.
you got in a line so you could go in, but for some reason the line was you had to go and you had to get a wristband.
Yeah.
So you had to wait in line to get your wristband, while other people, the people that were just there, they could just walk in, give them money, and just walk straight in. I'm like, seriously? Why am I?
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
almost like it reminds me of GalaxyCon. That what used to be SuperCon, but
yeah.
became GalaxyCon.
Hmm.
They're the same problem. They were so big, and they're the ones that were more like a. They replaced on WizardCon.
Yeah.
Wizard World came to Raleigh, and they're
Hmm.
the ones who replaced them the next year. And then they sold the name or something like that, and they only keep the one in Florida, I think, as SuperCon, and
Yeah.
the rest of them all became GalaxyCon that they owned. The
Yeah.
company,
I call those the celebrity cons, is what I
yeah,
call
that's what it
it.
is. It's like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like I went there one time, wasn't impressed. I liked the other two cons better. I met better people at those cons. I've
Yep.
actually sat down and actually had a 30-minute conversation with Ron Mars about football. He's a Dallas Cowboy fan, and we had a conversation about football instead of a conversation about comics.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually enjoyed it. Him and Andy Smith, the guy who was sitting next to him, talked to us for hours on end about that.
Yeah.
And I had better
I mean,
conversations.
I went to that Wizard World in Raleigh because I wanted to meet Tara Strong.
Yeah.
And she had a massive line. I'm like, I'm not waiting. So I hung out with WWE's Victoria.
Yeah.
We sat there and talked for like 20 minutes. Sweet as can be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and she she was in the Royal Rumble this year. It was
Yeah.
the first time she had been back with WWE since mid 2000s, like around 2006, 7, something like that, because she went to TNA.
Oh, okay.
So I was talking to her, like, are you gonna make it be in the Royal Rumble and thing? She's like, I don't know. I want to, but I don't know.
Yeah. I was trying to figure that. Yeah, because it was that one event where they had the women had a
Evolution.
Yeah, and they had all the mess ups where the people were like didn't even know where they were going, what they were supposed to be doing. They were coming out too early.
Yeah,
I saw that. I was like,
I saw her in San Diego at Comic-Con, and I asked her if she was going to be in that. She's like, I hope they call me to be in that because I really want to do it.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't get in touch with her.
Yeah.
I was like, they were really holding a grudge against her for leaving to TNA.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
that's usually what happens when you leave for one company. But if you leave for the AEW, don't expect to come back.
Yeah. Moxley and Jericho, they will not be getting an invite.
Nope. Or the whatchamacallit, the tag team.
The Young Bucks?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think they ever were in WWE.
They were for a little bit, and then they left for TNA. Yeah, they left for not TNA, but they left for AEW.
I don't remember. You mean the Revival?
I don't even remember. They left a while back
because the Young Bucks they were in Japan for a long time.
Yeah, then they went over to At some point, they were at WWE for a little bit, but then
I remember them in Ring of Honor. But they may have been.
Ring of Honor comes here sometimes. Ring of Honor comes here and goes to NC State.
Yep.
That little rinky-dink stadium over there.
Mm-hmm. Over in Raleigh.
Yeah, they don't go to the big stadium. They go to the old stadium.
Mm-hmm.
What they call the paper. What they call it?
Is it Carmichael?
Potato chip. They call it. Yeah. Might be. I don't even remember.
Carmichael. Is it Carmichael Arena? I might be wrong on that.
Dorton Arena. Dorton Arena? No, not Dorton. Dorton's in Dorton? No, Dorton's in the other place. Dorton's in Fayetteville, I think.
This last time I was in Raleigh at an event, it was at the big basketball stadium, and they had right beside the football field.
Oh, okay. That's on the PNC Arena now.
Yeah, where they have the hockey games and everything.
Yeah.
And I saw Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Oh, okay.
I love them. Love seeing them. Okay, we went another 20 minutes. So, okay.
All right. Time to go. My cat's telling me it's time to go. He's like,
we're after midnight now, man. It's a whole new day.
I know. He's telling me it's time to go to bed. It's time to go to bed, Daddy. You need to wake up in the morning.
Southern Comic Geek, what's up? You called us just in time to leave, man. We've been on for 4 hours.
Well, watch the replay.
Yes.
Please.
If you want to see where it starts comics, start at about the 3-hour mark. The first 3 hours it was sports.
Yeah. The sports are good.
You don't have to leave it. There you go. You don't have to leave just because I got here. All right, Southern. All right. That's all we got. I'm hoping you do those videos for your Action Comics. That'd be awesome to see.
Yeah.
Thanks again for being on. Again,
no problem.
An absolute blast. I hope you had as much fun as I did.
Yes. I think my kitty cat says he did too. He said, "I'm glad I got on there."
Yes, we got to see Kitty for a while.
Yes, Gizzy, we got to see you.
All right. In the comments, I know you're not watching, most people won't be making it this far, but if you're watching, in the comments, post when Gizmo was on camera.
Yes.
That is today's secret image. Kitty
Yes.
kitty.
Yes.
All right,
When you got
man.
on the show.
Thanks a lot. And that's all we got. And you guys have an incredible day.